The final table of the European Deepstack Poker Championship, 7th edition, here in the Regency Hotel in Dublin. Our 9 players left are Abdul Kadir from Germany in seat 1 with 5.25 million chips, Cathal Shine in seat 2 with 2 million, Matthew Woolett from Belgium in seat 3 with 1.5 million, Keith Cummins from Ireland in seat 4 with 6 million, Lennart van Liempert from Belgium in seat 5 with 2.4 million. Our chip leader is in seat 6. It's Joost Schippers from the Netherlands. He's got just over 12 million. Loris Kuntz in seat 7 from France with just over 3 million. Jonas van Bogart in seat 8 from Belgium with 6.4 million. And Japanlak Yaroslav from Denmark in seat 9 with 6 million chips. Blinds are 50, 100,000. The average stack is exactly 50 big blinds as we start this final table. Every player at the final table is guaranteed a minimum of €4,300, and the winner will get €48,000. The first prize, in fact second prize in this tournament, third even, looking through the figures I've got here, anybody who finishes third will be guaranteed it's their biggest cash ever in a live poker tournament. Keith Cummins has the biggest cash at the final table in his history. 2007 he came 5th in the Irish Poker Championships for €21,000. Cathal Shine came 1st in the Lakes of Killarney event back in 2010 for €15,000. And Lennart van Liempert also has a cash for €14,500 last year at the Belgian Poker Championships, coming in 8th. Other than that, no players have cash for more than €4,000, so all the other players at the table, this is guaranteed to be their biggest cash in a live poker tournament. So Japan raises in the hijack there. Action is on Abdul in the cutoff, and looks like he's actually folded, and Cathal on the button. Cathal has folded. That's Matthew who's putting out a raise.
Cool.
Keith has also called.
3 players.
3 players to the flop. 690,000 chips in the middle. The flop is the 3 of hearts, king of clubs, 8 of diamonds. Checked around to Japan.
Bet 220.
Japan bets 220,000. Action back to Matthew, who started the table with the lowest chip count, 1.5 million.
Call.
And he's going to call. So we're going to go and see a turn.
Heads up. Check mine.
So 10 of hearts on the river, 1.1 million chips in the pot. Option is with Matthew. Apologies if the stream disappeared there. A couple of technical issues here down at the Regency. Matthew bets and takes that one down.
Break in 30 minutes? Is that correct? The break, 30 minutes. Break. Yeah? Let's try it now.
Ante? Thank you.
Oh, it's okay. Better than yesterday. That's better than yesterday. 2.5 hour level.
Yeah.
2.5 hours.
It was too long. Otherwise, it's break every 3 hours.
Fold. 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 Raise 220. Fold.
Japan has raised. Cahalshine is contemplating staying in the pot in some shape or form. That looks like a re-raise.
465.
465,000 from Cahal.
Fold. 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 Fold.
So hopefully the live stream should be running properly for you now. We have it on a couple of computers here and seems to be going okay. Not sure what was happening at the beginning.
Fold. 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 Fold.
So we'll be here with you
Fold.
all day today until we reach the point where we have a champion. I do have Henrik Christensen sat next to me in the commentary booth at the moment. He knows Japan Yaroslav quite well, being from the same country. Everybody knows everybody in Denmark, is that right, Henrik?
Oh yeah, more or less. I mean, it's not that a big country.
And from time to time, you'll also be hearing
Anta,
from
please.
Patrick, who is in control of the graphics,
Thank
and
you.
Albie here. So Henrik, I was just telling the people watching at home, the person with the biggest cash is Keith Cummins. 21,000 7 years ago he won in the Irish Poker Championships.
That's a nice price.
And Cahalshine has won a €500 event for 15,000 back in 2010. That was in Killarney. And Leonard van Liepert has won 14,500 for coming 8th at the Belgian Poker Championships last year. Other than that, the biggest cashes are around €4,000, which was Japan, who came
Raise 200.
8th, I think, in the GSOP 2012. And Jonas doesn't have anything on his Hendon Mob, but he has won a tournament for $5,000 in Vegas. I was chatting to Jonas outside before the tournament started. Doesn't play that many tournaments, but very pleased to be at the final table and in second in chips when we started.
Yeah, it's definitely a new situation for a lot of the players here. I mean, this amount of money, they're definitely gonna affect their plays, and I'm sure we're gonna see that.
So chip leader is Just. Matthew has raised to 200,000, and Just
490.
has made it 490. So first time we're seeing Just shippers from the Netherlands in action on this feature table, and it's a 3-bet, putting some pressure on the shortest stack at the table, Matthew Woolart. Matthew's going to fold there. He's probably still a little bit ahead of where he started today after winning that pot against Japan earlier. Yeah, so Matthew has 1.85 million now. He started the day with 1.5 million, so he's still slightly ahead, but less than half the average. But the structure in this tournament is giving the players plenty of room to play at this final table. The shortest stack has 20 big blinds, so he's not in critical danger. As we say, the average stack is 50 big blinds, which is quite deep for a final table. A lot of tournament directors sometimes have a rule that if it's less than 30 big blinds when the final table starts, they change the structure back to make sure they all start with 30 big blinds. So our players are starting with way more than that without us having to alter the structure at all. Levels today are 90 minutes long. We added 15 minutes to the clock for this level from where it finished yesterday, so that in effect this is a 90-minute level too. And my money is on this taking a lot longer to finish this final table than it did to get from 29 down to 9. Still 27 minutes left in this level.
All in.
Okay, Matthew's been very active as the short stack today. He's all in now, so this is the third pot we've seen him play out of only half a dozen.
Fold. Fold.
And Japan was the initial raiser, raising under the gun to 200,000.
Fold.
I'm pretty sure Japan knows exactly how much Matthew has here, and he's going to fold. So another step forward from Matthew from Belgium. Unable to find any cashes on the Hendon mob for Matthew, so we are presuming that wherever he finishes today, it's going to be his biggest cash in his life in a live tournament. Same goes for 9 of the other players at the final table. Already their biggest win of their life. Still one more decent size event if you fancy a game of poker down here at the Regency. 2 p.m. today we have a €200 one-day event. We start with 15,000 chips. It's a 30-minute clock. Last year in the event we had 150 something players. Most of the events this year have been bigger than last year, so we're expecting a little bit more than that, so it'll be a nice prize pool.
Fold. Fold.
There's 44 players left in the €300 event that started yesterday. Over €60,000 in the prize pool there. It was 235 entrants. €16,000 for the win. Here we have the first action at the feature table from Abdul Kadir from Germany. He started the day with just over 5 million chips, and he's raised it up to 225. Jonas van Bogart calls from the small blind, and the action is on Japan in the big.
Call.
And he's going to make it up, so we're going to go to the flop with 3 players. 765,000 chips in the middle.
3 players.
And the flop is Jack of Hearts, King of Spades, 7 of Spades. Could be some action here.
Check. Check.
Checked all the way round to the original raiser, Abdul.
Bet. 325.
He's going to make it 325,000, taking the pot to over 1 million. Action is back round to Jonas in the small blind. Jonas came to the table second in chips. Of course, the average stack's a bit skewed by youth shippers having 12 million in chips.
Re-raise. Fold.
Take him out of it, the average is slightly lower.
840.
Jonas has made it 840,000, so check raise coming in from the Belgian. Jonas started the day with 6.4 million, so he has Abdul covered, but not by too much. $2 million chips in the pot. That represents the stacks of 20 players who started this tournament. Abdul is going to give Jonas a bit of respect. He's going to let this one go.
Ante, please. Thank you. Thank you. Big blind. 50. Thank you. Fold. Raise 210. Fold. Call. Fold. 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 Fold.
So we have a raise here from Matthew to 210,000. Leonard has called, and
Fold.
Abdul in the big blind is going to come along for the ride. So another three-way flop.
3 players.
Matthew and Leonard, two of the short stacks here.
Check.
2, 4, 5 with 2 hearts. Option is on
Bet.
Matthew.
370.
He says, I've got the best hand here, 370,000 chips. Leonard van Liempert, one of the other short stacks at the table. Decision here. He's going to fold.
Fold.
So Abdul Kadir from Germany in the big blind. The only person between Matthew and this pot.
Oh, he's announced raise.
And he's announced raise.
Let's see it all go in out.
Raise. $770.
Okay, so 770,000 raise from Abdul, so that's 400,000 for Matthew to call. He started this hand with
About 2.2. Matthew started with.
about 2.2 million
All in.
chips. So he's all in now. I was going to say if he calls this, he's pretty much committed to the pot, but he said, well, I'm definitely committed now. All his chips over the line.
Abdul getting 3-1 here.
Yeah, Abdul, if he folds here, then we can pretty much guarantee that he was completely at it. If he has something, then I think we might see a call here. He's getting such good odds.
Yeah. Thing is, it looks like Matthew's got a big overpair so much here. So even if Abdul's got 7s or 8s.
But it's I don't know, it's going through Abdul's mind that Matthew has been quite active early in this tournament, so
Yeah.
he's thinking,
So
well,
it could be something like Ace King of spades or Ace Queen of spades.
yeah, always when there's two of a suit on the flop, you think, oh, are they shoving with the flush draw and 2 overs?
Yeah.
It's always in their range, and you can
Especially
sometimes
with the little gut shot in there with the ace as well.
yeah.
Convinces so many players to go nuts.
He does look very calm, Matthew. Maybe he's got ace-3 of spades and he's thinking. Would be a nice hand on this flop for
2
sure.
million.
2 million.
2 million. 45.
So 3.5 million chips in the middle.
How much again?
Abdul just wants to see how much it is left to call.
No, no, wait, here. That's here.
How much more does he have to pay? How much more?
Yeah, how much
Okay,
more?
okay.
What he bet minus so 2.45 minus 600 to 1.
1.3 million.
1.5?
1.3 million.
So there we go, the dealer just confirming what it says on the screen here. Obviously these guys can't see what we can see.
Is it not easier to put in the 770 over that
That's
stack?
what you were doing.
And then
That's also a possibility.
and give him the exact if you want
Yeah.
to, you know?
He obviously has something here, Abdul. Big decision to make early on at the final table. He did start with over 5 million, but if he loses this pot, he's down to 3, which is only just over half the average stack. But saying that, that's still 30 big blinds and plenty to play with.
Yeah. Maybe Abdul has the flush draw.
I think if he's got the flush draw, he has to call with these odds. So
Yeah.
if he's thinking about the flush draw, then
Sorry. 1 million. 2.18.
1 million 200?
18.
When you said Germany, not as bad as I thought when you said Germany. The rest of the group is okay. Second place is doable. Yeah.
What was that? I think that was well. I think Matt Ronnie and like
Yeah.
I've also I'd like to see him.
Yeah, it's the best choice we had. Yeah.
I was always a Matt Ronnie fan and fucking I like him all the time. I do it for the night.
Matthew hasn't moved an inch since he's gone all in.
no.
Statue.
It's his application for a job down on Grafton Street as a statute.
Oh, is this a fold? I think it is. No?
No, he's going to call. So we have our first significant pot on the feature table. Nearly 5 million chips. Matthew Wooler is all in.
I folded an ace.
Oh, wow.
Ace 5 for Abdul and King for Matthew. So at the moment, Matthew is a 66% favourite in the hand. He's got to avoid
C3.
a 3, an ace, or a 5. Turn card is the 9 of spades. That makes no difference to this situation, so he's still got to avoid an ace, a 5, a 3 on the river. The river's the 6 of spades, so we're going to see Matthew Woolart from Belgium double through Abdul Kadir from Germany.
Nice early double up there.
What a sweat.
Will you both whatever fit?
Yeah.
So you have 2 overs like this.
He knows what I have.
Yeah, he knows what he knows.
So Maybe Abdul was putting Matthew on 2 overcards there. Well, he had to be putting him on 2 overcards to make that call.
Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
Results-wise, it wasn't too bad a call. He was getting 3-1, and the pot was giving him 2-1. So, in the long run in the cash game, as long as you know that you're going to be getting those odds, then it's not too bad a call. But
hi, gents.
In the eyes of some, I think it would be deemed as quite a loose call there.
Yeah, in tournament play, I think. I mean, Abdul made a mistake pre-flop. He knew that Matthew shipped all in 2 hands ago, and this time he raises. Should indicate that he had a strong hand. So I'm not really agreeing with his call on the flop.
And small blind, please. 50.
A lot of Chester La Bomba flip-ups.
Abdul's left with 2.365
Pass.
left behind. It's not
Pass.
too bad.
Pass. Pass.
It's funny, when we were doing the photo shoot earlier before the start play, Matthew was had a serious face on him. We
Raise
asked him to
200.
smile.
Pass.
Why? I'm short stack. And then he grinned. He must be happy now.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is what he was thinking should happen before the final table started. Like if he doubles up, he will be in quite a better situation than in the beginning.
Call.
He got more chips
Pass.
to play with now and be able to
Pass.
make more plays.
Heads up.
Japan races on the button, takes it down. Or no, sorry, we have one caller from Laura. Oh, Laura's raised. Japan called. There we go. Queen 9-9.
Looks like
Bet.
Lewis making a continuation.
225.
Plenty of options there for Japan to have the cards to continue with a straight draw.
I mean,
jack 10
we've
or-
seen him play these kind of flops before. He's not folding
Call.
any cards. He's definitely going to look him up.
There we go, get a call. Onto the turn. Oh,
5 million of 5 million approximately? 4.5. 4.5?
that could easily.
Jonas, you shouldn't be talking there in hand.
4.3. Okay, thank you. Data thing, man. Yes.
So looks like Lewis is gonna fire out a third barrel here.
Bet. 470.
Pre-flop razor, it's got to be difficult to call.
Yeah, because you know how Japan plays. So yeah, he seems pretty confident in his bets.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, that's the serious question. What do you have?
Let's see, Laura's sweat now.
Yeah.
It seems okay. Trying not to give away too much information because he knows that he's got to know that Japan will feed off anything.
Anything. I mean, he's been playing live for quite some time now, so he knows what to look for.
Yeah, we're quite impressed with his play over the last 3 days.
Yeah, he had
Call.
like a good. He took 2 last players out yesterday.
Yeah.
So put him in a good position here in the beginning of the final table.
Over downs, so the flush didn't come.
Okay.
Definitely a straight there. What do you think? Top end, bottom end of the straight? King Jack versus Jack 8.
Check.
Ooh,
Ah,
checked it.
this
There's
is a hard one.
is that
Do
weakness
Japan
or
think he
trapping?
can take it down with a bet here?
And we saw yesterday he definitely always bets when somebody checks to him on the river. He rarely checks it back. Here we go.
Bet. 780.
See if Lewis is gonna lock Japan up.
That way he leant forward there. Wasn't too confident.
Call.
Not like in the beginning of the hand. Okay,
Showdown,
so
please.
let's see.
Call. There we go.
Straight.
See the cards. It is King Jack for Japan.
Split
and King
pot.
Jack.
Wow, same hand.
It's a split pot.
You are correct, dealer.
Little trapping play by Loris, checking it on the river.
I don't know why he took so long. I mean,
Well, the other player must be hoping that, you know, the other guy had at least 1-9.
oh yeah. You always sit there with not in a hand, hoping that one of them will bust the other player.
Jack 8's a possibility and a 9 in the hand, ace 9 for a pre-flop operator. I just had one of the many Belgians that were here this weekend come in and thank me. Sent them off to a nice steakhouse last night, recommended. And all of them individually have come back to thank me for it. Obviously had a good night. And he just said he loved the Hennessy
Raise 200
as well. So obviously had a bit of a late night. And to be honest, is feeling a bit of it.
pass.
Certainly our friend on the Mike Henrik is feeling a bit of the Irish hospitality today.
I'm sure there were too many pints yesterday.
Call.
God, I mean, we turned the side event into a drinking game. Some of the Danish players, and it took. Oh, we were just.
Pass, pass.
I'm definitely gonna feel it all day today.
Was that the
Call.
media side event?
3 players.
Is the what?
Was that the media event or the win the button?
It was the 8 o'clock, so it was like the turbo.
Okay.
Not win the button.
Oh, it's the 120
No,
turbo.
it's the ROE, yeah.
Yeah.
Check.
Very good.
Well, I must have done something right. Came in 5th, so
Nice.
Bet
Yeah.
275.
only played for 1 drink during the game. So.
So you got your money back from losing it to Mike.
Oh yeah, I have to place a new bet. I mean,
Yeah.
gotta get my 50 quid back.
And Mike broke even yesterday, handing over the bet, the money
Call.
from you to JP.
Yeah. He actually played the
Pass.
side event too
Heads up.
last night. Ended up making it a goofy play and busted.
Yeah.
What can you expect?
Into the river here. 2 players left.
3 hearts on the board, possible for flush straight. Like
These are very wet boards.
Yeah,
Bet
yeah, yeah.
625.
We can
half
get
a
the-
pot bet.
If we can get
You
the 10 of
just
hearts
do
on the board in the river, that would be very interesting, I think.
Yeah, bring us one of those cards, not like a blank deuce or anything. Give us the action card.
Pass.
Nope, Jonas not gonna play.
There you go. Yeah. Just our chip leader start of the day. Still chip leader currently at the moment,
Excuse me.
13 million.
Sir,
13.4
the
million.
headphones is not allowed.
Dominating
Headphones.
the
on table.
table
on
at
the
the
table, no
moment.
headphone.
hasn't been. That's
Thank
the
you.
first time we've seen him being aggressive in. Taking it down.
Sorry?
Originally at the start of the day we saw Matthew being very aggressive and got his double up that he was starting for. Short stack brings him back up into play. Plenty of room now. It is very deep, still 900. Average stack is 5 million. Which is plenty of play. 50 big blinds. Action starts. Leonard.
Pass.
Loris.
Pass.
Let's go.
Pass.
Jonas been quite quiet. Over to Abdul. Folds.
Raise 200.
Button raise from Cahill. I must say
Pass.
I am backing Cahill and Keith to go heads up. Give us another Irish winner, second year in a row. Declan Connolly took it down last year. Very, very strong, good player.
Call.
Very,
Heads
very
up.
hard to read his Declan. He has one face, and that's it. Even when we were taking the final photos last year of the winner,
Check.
We had to get all of Declan's friends around the photographer to make him grin and smile or something. And we got a little bit of a smile out of him. He really doesn't have a huge amount of facial
Bet
expressions,
200.
which is such a benefit for poker.
I mean, this is about training. I mean, if you play poker over a long time period and you know what to do with your face, your hands, your body, gesture, I mean, you can become quite good at it. And also how to manipulate.
Yeah, a lot of people have to practice their facial expressions to try and get control of their expressions.
Yeah, but also doing you know that you do the wrong impression just to play the
entice.
mind
Raise.
trick.
Yeah.
Against your opponent.
465.
There's a re-raise from Keith. Call re-raise pre-flop. Keith called. Called had a continuation bet.
I was wondering when Keith was going to be active here.
Yeah. I don't mind seeing the two of them battling.
Keith should take his shirt off. I mean, all the tattoos makes like a scary image.
Yeah, Colin knows Keith. He knows he's
Oh,
not that
okay.
scary. He
That's
knows
too-
he's a scary poker player, though. To play at the table with him, you gotta know what you're at. Gotta know where your situation is.
It's always scary to play against a poker player who you do know have some moves up
Yeah.
their sleeves. So.
As we've seen in the last few days,
Pass.
Keith does have a good few moves.
Yeah, he showed us here. Yeah.
Yeah, himself in Japan yesterday on the feature table was quite entertaining.
Okay, and
definitely, always
excuse
back
me,
and forth.
no electronic
and then they're having
devices
a chat
on
in
the
between
table.
hands, trying to get information off each other. And it's good. Made it very
Really?
Have it up the cushion. He
The
said.
guy's being told no phones on the final table.
Okay, no problem. Because he just told me first
Yeah, we are
nothing on
broadcasting
the
live.
table,
This is
but
very
it's
live.
okay for
We
me.
do not have
I don't care.
phones out because we can broadcast it live straight
Oh,
to you.
every day is different. Okay,
Today.
50 days. I don't care.
no problem.
You may find on Ustream there are ads. Unfortunately, that is there because it is a free service. Mike told me that you can push the ads to delay. If you're in a big hand and an ad comes up, you can push the ad to come back later in a few minutes. 3 or 5 minute delay
Pass.
for the ad to come back. So I'm not sure where that button is on the Ustream site.
Pass.
But you can push it.
Raise 215.
Jonas opening up here.
Pass.
I think we can expect Jonas to open up a lot of hands at this
Pass,
stage.
pass.
He got the chips for it. If he can take down the blinds on ante, it'll be fine with him building up his decks
Pass.
nice
Yeah.
and slowly.
Pass.
He's basically joint second in
Pass.
second in chips with Keith. Big blind folds, showing you 9-3.
Blinds up. 60, 120.
No, it's a 45-minute break
A lot
now.
of people
No,
going
it's
for
supposed
the
to.
We're not going to do that.
min raise.
Right.
No, we don't gonna do that. So it's
Jonas
Alex.
at 215.
you can call Nick because it's a break. JP or Nick? Yes, JP. It's okay. Just to be sure for NT. 61, 20. Normally it's 20, but 15 maybe.
Oh, yeah.
There is a break of 45 minutes. Blind NT is 10 or 15. Okay, I already. I'll take 10 for the moment.
So we're
20.
into our new level now.
20, 15. Okay, so
We're just
5,
double checking the clocks are good.
Wait, JP?
5 more. Thank you.
I thought we had 90-minute levels today.
The system is completely...
Okay, 120 to call.
Our terminal directions,
120.
JP McCann and Nick O'Hara on the ball.
Pass,
It was
pass.
still showing 75-minute for the level, but it should be 90-minute today. So they're resetting it now. We continue with
Raise,
the play.
240.
Not that many more options left now.
There we go. We're set
Pass,
now,
pass,
90-minute
pass.
levels.
Pass. Pass. And pass.
Japan raise there.
Another raise and take it for Japan. It's been pretty active so far.
Good position there. Easy enough. Japan's in quite a good position there. He's got a good distance away from Keith, who he was
He's 15,
battling with
please.
yesterday. And he's also got a little bit of distance away from Just, our chip leader. So, nice enough position. Jonas is on his right, who is active player, so he can react to him easily enough.
Pass. Pass. Pass.
Okay, action is on.
Raise
Cahill.
all in.
He's moved all in.
Yeah,
This is
well,
gonna be
not
interesting now.
15 big blinds. He's just thought
15, yeah. You got
better get it in.
Yeah. He has done some min raises earlier on.
1.75.
Now he's showing strength. Near late position.
Pass.
Through the hijack.
Pass.
Cut off. Button.
Oh,
Leonard. He does like calling. I was watching some of the outer tables yesterday. And he's not afraid to call.
Too dangerous.
Pass. Pass.
looks like it's going to get through.
Here's Loris. Loris will let it go if he doesn't have it. Yeah, won't mess around.
10 jack suited.
Good man, Cole.
Just gambling in the hope you have a small pair and then go for
So he had
coin flip. But
2 million at the start of that hand.
if you have like a jack, then I'm an idiot again. This time on camera. So that's not good.
Happy with what you saw.
Yeah, really? Okay.
Leonard trying to get him some information. Carl just tells
20
him
more, please.
it's a good fold.
Okay.
Be happy with your fold.
And if you remember, Lennis on the bubble was actually about to get knocked out.
That's right.
All in with 5-6 against Ace Queen.
Oh.
Flop comes down and Ace High, and then runner on a 5-5 keeps him in.
Yeah, it was
Raise
unbelievable.
240.
He was very excited with that one.
Now here he is on the final table.
He was
Madness.
very lucky to survive. But he does have play. He does definitely have play. He was in late position with that 5-6.
Yeah.
And he got, I think it was the big blind woke up with ace queen, so he was unlucky to get that call, but then he got very lucky with the run around.
Call. Pass.
Having players returning for day two
Okay.
of the three
Abdul
hundred
raises it up.
The seed drop is on the screen in the middle of the room. You're welcome to come
Oh,
take
sorry,
your
Japan
seats.
raises it, 240.
Tables are located
Pass.
Abdul
on the
calls.
right-hand side of the TV set.
Pass.
And we're folding into the blinds.
Pass.
I see Japan being active again.
Yep.
Pass.
He's got looked
Heads
up by
up.
Abdul.
Okay, what happened?
He just got a call there, so we're going to the flop. It was a fairly confident call from Abdul.
Check.
Japan checks it. Interesting. We haven't seen a huge amount of
Check.
Abdul. Check, check.
Come on, Japan. Show us what you're made of.
Yeah, that check back from Abdul, he's
Bet
definitely going to lead out.
260.
260 bet. It's not huge. It's a third of the pot.
Call.
Confident call. What do you read on this now?
I mean, he made that play like two
Check.
times yesterday that he bet kind of small, like trying to induce a raise from his opponent.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Japan is mixing it up here. That he actually have a hand here.
Yeah, it's an interesting river. Flushes miss. Straight draws can hit easily.
I mean, if they had an open end, it would probably have been a re-raise.
Yeah. And Japan was doing the under the gun
Japan checked again.
pre-flop raise. He checks it back in the river.
How much Abdul have? 1.7.
Yeah.
Yeah, can't afford to make any big mistakes at this stage.
Check. Showdown,
checks it
please.
back. Yeah, they're good.
That's enough money in the pot now.
2
Yeah.
pair.
Okay.
So 4s and 10s, and Abdul.
Guess he's folding.
He's folding. Slow roll fold. Not really a slow roll, but could be a fold. But
So
takes his
Japan
time.
played it carefully.
Yeah.
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 I mean, if Abdul had re-raised, he would probably have folded.
Yeah. He thought he was in a good position on
Yeah.
the turn. Just to be careful, because that with king was helpful for somebody on open-ended. So just carefully checking it back.
Ante,
play.
please.
Safe play. Yeah, Abdul had what was it, 1.6 million, 1.7 million, which was about a third of Japan's stack. So if he shoved all in, Japan wouldn't have called him with 4s. But even if he had something a little bit better than that, like a queen, probably would not have called unless he got a good read on him. Don't want to lose a third of your stack at the final table.
Pass. Pass.
So we got Mike back in the
Raise
booth.
240.
So Mike,
Pass.
let's make a bet. I need to get my 50 quid back.
Pass.
Okay, what are we
Pass.
betting on then, Mr. Christensen?
Let's bet on the winner.
I'll let you have first pick
Pass.
then.
All right, I think it's pretty obvious. I'm gonna pick Japan.
Japan to win.
So who's the lucky winner from your side?
Call.
You've given me an opportunity to take somebody with twice as many chips as him.
Be my guest.
Okay, well then I would be a fool not to pick Juiced. So we've got a raise of 240 from Matthew.
Call. 3 players.
And Jonas and Japan are in the flop, which is King Jack 8 with 2 diamonds.
Check. Check.
Keep in mind that these 3 guys is pretty big in stacks. I mean, if 1 or 2 hit this flop, it will be a lot of fireworks.
340.
Yep, and Matthew's continuation bet is 340,000. All 3 of them have around 5 million or so, don't they? So, unless I've missed a significant pot while I was away there. And it looks like Jonas is going to call. Your man Japan
Pass.
is going to fold.
Heads up.
$300 side bet will restart in 10 minutes. See draws on the screen in the middle of the room, and we'll be playing on the tables around to the right-hand side of the TV table set. And we're now going to draw for a button on table 38.
Bet. 535.
So, 535 from Jonas on the 9 of hearts turn. Putting the pressure on Matthew Willett. 2 Belgians going at each other. have an interesting little tidbit about the structure of this tournament compared to another big tournament that's going on at the moment. We'll go into that after this hand. So 535,000 for Matthew to call.
Pass.
He's going to give it up. So Jonas van Bogart from Belgium takes down a 2 million chip pot. So this final table, we started with exactly 50 big blinds. And over in the UK at the moment, there's a big event going on with 621 players in it. £1,000 entry event. Their final table started with 34.5 big blinds. So just goes to show that the structure has definitely held up well in comparison to another big event.
And small blind.
Was it the same starting stack?
60.
No, they had a smaller start stack, so different blind structure, obviously. So they've ended up with 9 players at a final table, and the average is 35.
Sorry?
We have 50.
Yeah, I mean, it just shows that with a clock you could, I mean, create any tournament you want. I mean,
Pass.
Yeah, I mean, it's surprising how much control you have as a tournament organizer with the structure. How you can almost predict exactly when a tournament's going to finish or when it's going to get heads up, because heads up is so unpredictable. I've seen heads up last one hand, and I've seen heads up last 6 hours. So,
I mean, 50-50 big blinds behind the player. I mean, that's a lot. So definitely all have some room to play around, make some move, and take a hit or two.
Yeah, and it's obviously the blinds have gone up now since we started the feature table, so the average stack has dropped slightly, but it's still still 42 big blinds, the average. So we've already been here for almost an hour. We haven't lost a player yet.
Action on you, please.
The table short stack at start of play was Matthew Woolart, but he has now increased his stack and has nearly 4 million chips in front of him, so he's not far off average. He's tripled up pretty much in the tournament since we started play. So the short stack at the moment.
240.
Is that duel? He definitely needs to desperately needs a double up.
Yeah, he's got 1.5 million chips, so only just over 10 big blinds.
I guess any ace he gets, he'll shove.
Yeah, and Leonard here, who's just raised to 240,000, he is actually slightly shorter than Abdul, so he needs some chips as well.
Pass.
And Cahal Shine is the third shortest stack at the table here in the big blind. He started the day with
raise all in
2 million, and he's down to just below, and he's moved all in. So we've got action between the short stacks.
Pass.
And Leonard's going to pass, so that's going to drop Leonard down even further.
No, not that bad.
After that hand, Leonard has 1.4 million left, so he's the shortest stack at the table, just behind Abdul.
It's good to see that he's still got a sense of humour.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And that takes Cahal up to 2,460,000, which is 20 big blinds. So back in the position where he can raise and fold if need be, if he thinks he's behind.
Yeah, still have a decent stack. I mean, if he goes all in, I mean, they have to have a hand to call him. So.
Oh, so sick.
From the look of it, they seem a little tired from yesterday.
I don't know how I did.
Or is it just me?
No idea.
Pass.
Well, the tournament finished early, so I'm wondering how many of them went to have a celebrating making the final table drink afterwards, because that's short. Or are they nervous and couldn't sleep? And that's made them tired. Certainly it was a short day yesterday, so they should have had a chance to catch up on any sleep they lost over the first 2 days.
We actually went out, me and 3 other guys together with Japan, have some dinner last night. I was actually talking about hitting the town, and he went home to take a shower and change the clothes. Did he come back? No. For 14 hours. So that's one registered man.
Okay, so here's Loris, a first time I've seen him put chips into the pot this feature table. I don't know if he did while I was away. He was quite active the other times we've seen him on the feature table. So 240,000 from Loris. Abdul is having a think on the button. Now Abdul is the shortest stack, one of the shortest stacks at the table. So if he does enter the pot, you've got to think he's going to be putting all his chips in the middle. As you can probably hear through the microphone there, the side event's just about to restart from yesterday.
Entries in yesterday's 300 side event. We now have 44 players remaining. There are 27 prizes. The 27th finisher will receive €450.
Pass.
Abdul's going to leave it to another hand.
Pass. Pass.
And
Keep the size to show tattoos. Showing the guys I'm a bad. Can I say that?
Thank you for all the very best of success. Leaders, begin the announcements.
So Loris started the table with just over 3 million. That keeps his stack steady.
Pass. Pass. Raise 240. Pass.
Here comes Loris again.
Pass.
Raised to 240,000.
Pass. Pass.
It's suited.
Same result as last time. 7-2 of clubs for Keith in the big blind. Loris shows ace-jack of hearts.
New dealer.
Let them know he does have a hand when he raises. Well, that's what he wants them to think anyway.
Good luck, everyone. Troppo cosa? C'è niente. Un cazzo da fare.
Amore,
Un cazzo da fare. Siamo con Bonnie e Clyde, amore mio.
dai. Fold. Fold. Raise. 250. Fold. 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 Fold.
Total. And something about
Call. Fold. Heads up.
Okay, so we have a flop here between Jonas and Keith.
Check.
Queen of spades, 7 of clubs, 4 of diamonds. Keith checks and gives the option to Jonas, who was the pre-flop raiser.
Check. Turn.
Henrik's back here. He's just going to continue the commentary on this hand. I just have
Bet
to
200.
assist in the tournament area for a second.
So keep it bet 200,000. Let's see. Jonas
Call.
is going to look him up. So let's see what the river brings. 6 of diamonds. Kind of like a scary card. Let's see if he's scared skid or he's going to fire another barrel.
Yeah, Jonas was the pre-flop aggressor, called by Keith. Keith checked and let Jonas continuation bet.
Check. Check.
Down
They're going to check it out. Okay.
Keith
So
that out. So it's check, check. Ace jack, ace king. Nobody hit anything. Ace king takes it. No cards. Yeah, you're right. Scary river.
yeah, we can understand now that there was no races or bets or anything. So just going to check it down. No need for that.
Good call on the turn from Jonas. I think Keith is playing at something.
Bad river card for me. Can't bet it.
Shuts down everything, right?
Oh?
Shuts down everything.
Yeah.
There weren't a lot of rivers you weren't going to bet, so this was one of them.
Fold. 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 Raise 250.
So here comes Keith Cummins, raising on the button to 250,000.
Fold.
And used shippers
250. Call.
is going to call.
Heads up.
Flop is Jack
Check.
5-9, rainbow. Used checks. And Keith looks like he's going to bet.
Bet.
We haven't seen many donk
285.
leads in this tournament. I just always seem to be saying when I'm commentating that they've checked round to the original raiser who is going to bet.
Yeah, it's kind of like the standard.
Actually,
I mean,
I cannot remember one donk lead on the flop.
Fold.
oh, maybe you see it today. Maybe this is your lucky day, Mike.
That's the kind of bet you see, I quite often see online in the rare occasions I play, is somebody calls you from the blinds and then leads out on the flop, and it's like, okay.
I'm actually surprised that not that many people are doing it. I mean, right check to the race. I mean, he doesn't hit every time. I mean, it's quite strong to bet out first. But then if you get a reach off and we race and you haven't hit anything, so you're like, okay, next hand.
Oh,
Fold. Fold. All in. Fold. Fold.
So Abdul has made his move. And action is now on Keith Cummins in the cut-off. Still a few more players after Keith to get through, so and as we've seen over the last few days, Keith's not a man to take his decisions quickly. He'll make sure that he's making the right decision in his head before he commits his chips to the pot.
Yeah, I mean, if he calls this, he'll still have like 5 million left, so he can definitely afford it. Abdul not looking too confident. Okay.
Just noticed that Keith and Matthew there, the only two guys with sunglasses on. I know you don't like that particularly too much. But
it takes the fun out of poker, in my opinion.
And Keith's going to let it go. Leonard, the other short stack on the button, laughs to himself. He's going to get rid of his hand. Used as the chip leader in the small blind. He's going to go. So only Loris for Abdul to get through, and he does. Takes down the pot with his all-in. Add some valuable chips to his stack here.
Can you show me?
Did he say H3? Oh, tomorrow. Funny lad, huh?
German sense of humour.
10 of diamonds. Ace 10 of diamonds. Wow. That's a monster fuse.
Yeah, exactly. I had a good old 4-5 suited again, but
you'd have your chips in
that
before.
would be like crazy to call it all out. And it did seem nice to me, the 5s and the 4-5s. How much you have of them? This is $1 million, so 1.1. Blind.
Fold. Fold, fold. Fold. Raise. 240. Fold, fold.
So Keith Cummins from Ireland makes a raise to 240,000. In the hijack, Loris in the small blind, the next player to act.
Call.
Loris going to call. Jonas van Bogart in the big blind throws his cards away, so we're going to go to the flop. Ireland versus France.
Heads
yeah,
up.
Keith definitely is one of the more active players. I'm actually surprised about Japan that he hadn't made any races so much yet.
Okay,
I
this
guess it's still to come. But
yeah, this could be an action flop.
Check.
Ace of diamonds,
check.
Queen of hearts, 7 of hearts.
Time.
Check, check. Who's trapping who? 8 of hearts comes on the turn. Option with Loris again. Don't think Loris would let it go. He likes to get chips in the middle. After the checks on the flop.
260.
260 from Loris.
Keith were pretty quick to ask how much Lewis has behind.
Yeah. 1 million chips in the middle already, Keith. And
so he definitely have something.
I wonder whether he's got a big heart in his hand and he's Wondering whether he might be able to push him off it with the semi-bluff.
No, I don't think they'll get it in here unless both of them hit really hard. Probably just a small re-raise or something.
I'm not really sitting here to offer my poker opinion because
I'm not saying mine is the right one, but
Raise.
well, you did cash in a poker tournament last night, did you not, Henrik?
oh yeah, 2 final tables over here, so I'm satisfied.
Okay, so we'll take your word over mine because I have no
85.
cashes this year.
I don't want any.
Keith has re-raised anyway to 585,000.
Like I told you.
Well done. Loris has a big decision here. He came into the table with 3 million chips, which was below average, but not in any danger with the blind levels as they are. But this one will see him lose a significant chunk if he doesn't have the best hand.
Yeah, it looks like he doesn't really want to play this hand anymore. What's the saying? You got?
Or fold. I still have enough chips to fold.
Keith's saying he has enough chips to fold if Loris moves all in.
Fold.
Loris is going to give that one up.
Should have went all in.
Keith's saying you should have went all in.
Yeah, there was no doubt that he was pretty strong in this hand.
So if Patrick brings up the chips, we'll see where we stand at the moment in the tournament. Just is the chip leader still with nearly 13 million in chips. He's a bit of an increase on his starting stack. And Jonas is the biggest mover there with 2 million. Well, actually, sorry, Matthew's the biggest mover. But Jonas, 8 million chips now, and Keith, 7 million. Japan, 5.5. Matthew, 3.6. He started the day as the table short stack, so he's moved himself up to mid-table.
Big blind.
He's the Tottenham Hotspur of this this final table. Loris, Cahill, and Abdul, and Leonard at the bottom there with 1.1 million. But all but 2 of the players have at least 20 big blinds, and the average stack at the moment is 42 big blinds. And we still have another almost an hour left in this level. So there's only a couple of players under any real pressure.
Fold. Fold.
I mean, this must be new to most of the players here. I mean, 90 minutes
Fold.
per level now.
I'd say it would be new to most professional players, to be honest, unless they play the World Series main event, which has a 2-hour
Raise
clock. I'm not sure.
240.
I think the EPT Monte Carlo might have 90-minute levels at some point, but
Fold.
I'm not sure of any other. EPT is 75 minutes. Does it increase to 90 on the final day, or is it 75 all the way through?
Don't know, Mike.
You played an EPT, Henrik?
No, not yet. I've still got that to
Call.
go.
We have a raise from Just to 240,000 in the cut-off. Jonas has already
Fold.
called in the small blind, and Japan has folded in the big.
Heads up.
So the 2 chip leaders in a pot now. Potential action if the dealer's in cooler mode. An innocuous looking 6 Jack 8 flop with 2 hearts.
Check. Check.
Both players check.
Turn.
Turn is the Queen of Spades. Plenty of hands now that could have connected with this board in some shape or form. Option is on Jonas. Started the hand with 8 million chips. Just started the hand with 13 million.
Bet 345.
So 3, 4, 5 there from Jonas. He used to reach for chips very quickly then, so I think he's contemplating at least calling here.
Call.
He does. 1.5 million chips in the pot, and the ace of hearts on the river. Now that brings a lot there, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah, sure. I
so
mean,
we've hit the flush, we've hit the straight.
Check.
What could Jonas call with? I mean, he doesn't have the queen. Who?
Well, we don't know if he has the queen because they checked the flop, remember? So
Yeah, the queen came on the turn.
yeah, and that's when the betting started, didn't it?
Check.
Did it? Yeah, they both checked the flop, so either of them could have a queen.
Well, you heard that.
There you go. Oh! Jonas going for the big check raise there, I think, checking the flush on the river.
Oh, we check. Huh? We check for me.
I don't think we saw Just's hand there, did we? But
No, nothing. No.
so Jonas turning a monster there.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I think I'm trying to think back to the board now. It was only a few seconds ago, but I think he picked up. Well, he had the flush draw on the flop. He hit top pair, and I think on the turn he also had a straight draw. Was it? Yeah, he had a guttable straight, flush draw, and top pair on the turn. So if Just had a bit of that, we could have had a big pot brewing. But
slightly bigger pot, yeah.
But anyway, he played it cautiously on the river. Well, not. He was looking for the big check raise, but Just didn't bite.
Fold. Raise 260.
So Eustace instantly wants those chips back. He's going to put in a raise to 260,000 here. Loris gets out the way.
Fold.
Jonas says, I'm going to keep your chips for just a little bit longer.
Yeah, I might play you next time.
Fold.
Abdul is in the big blind. He's one of the table short stacks, so if we see him get into this pot, you would imagine it's going to be with a shove. I don't think his stack is big enough to just call and see a flop here. He's only got 12 big blinds. Unless he's got a monster and he wants to slow play it.
He's definitely not
But
calling.
then he's giving off so many signals.
That's just too strong to call, and he knows it. I mean, he want to seem desperate. And
I think any range he's playing here, he's got a shove. It would be pretty standard. I have seen players call in this position, but generally not at a final table.
Abdul's still thinking about it. I mean,
yeah, he did this before and folded. He's done it again.
Take too long, Abdul. All right, raise takes down the pot.
Or we could even chop the price pool. Nine-handed, make a fine deal.
Okay, so Leonard's being pretty optimistic here, talking about a chop. He's the short stack at the table with less than 10 big blinds. Let's chop it evenly, he says. Yeah, I don't think you're going to get one single taker there. Well, maybe Abdul. He's a short stack too, but nobody else is going to have any interest.
Fold.
One thing I find history on this table, Mike, is Just, our massive chip leader, start of the day. He hasn't been trying to steal anything.
Fold.
To bully people.
Fold. Fold.
I think he knows he's got time. He knows also that there's a few players on this table that can take half his stack and put him all the way back. So
raise.
Maybe his position is putting him off slightly with all the players on the left.
So we have a raise from Japan, the usually aggressive Danish player. We've seen him make some pretty big moves over the last couple of days on the feature table. Abdul is contemplating, is this time again? I think we might see him do this a lot, actually.
Fold.
So Abdul gets out the way. Cahill shine in the big blind folds. And Japan takes that one down.
Where are you from? You look like somebody's talking. Yeah. I was in Turkey 5 times. Who's that asking?
Fold.
So, in the big blind this hand is Matthew Woolart from Belgium. Small blind is Cathal Shine from Ireland. And the action is on Loris Kuntz from France. He's going to fold.
Fold.
Jonas folds. Japan now. Is he going to up the tempo? We saw him raise and take down the last hand. I think when he's in late position and it's folded round to him, I think we're going to see him open more often than not.
Oh yeah, most likely. But I think you'll see the same from some of the other players too. I mean, he's not the only one who can hold on two cards.
Abdul getting out of the way. Cathal Shine has just moved all in.
Yeah, like 2 million, I think.
Fold.
Japan folds quite quickly there, not giving Cathal any kind of sweat at all.
But time's the charm, isn't it? What you say here?
Yeah, third time's the charm. Yeah. And that's the second time that Cathal's moved all in at the final table. In fact, that's the only 2 moves we've seen from him. All in, all in. That's the only 2 hands he's played, I think.
Should be our question to him in the break. How many moves do we have? 1.
No, he has 2 because the other times he's folded.
Oh yeah, that's right.
But no, Cathal has won a €500 event, so he is probably one of the most experienced players on the feature table. Certainly, I've seen his name in a lot of tournaments. He has got quite a long Hendon mob, but his biggest result is the 15,000 he won in the Lakes of Killarney event. So he obviously knows how to play poker, and he has got a short stack, and a lot of people do play a short stack with just the 2 moves.
Yeah, but it's always nice to have the experience and the results behind you when you're playing a final table like this. Makes you feel more confident, I think.
And I'm pretty sure everybody at this final table has Hendon mobbed each other to try and find out who might be the most experienced.
Fold.
So maybe he might get a little bit more respect than some of the others at the table.
Fold.
Obviously, one thing we have no information on really is how much these guys play online, because you never know. We could have somebody here who's cashed for millions online.
Well, it was your theory yesterday that the one with the glasses, wearing the sunglasses, played online. Didn't you say that? That's why they have the glasses on.
Well, they either play online or it's their sort of first tournaments, but that theory's thrown out the window because Keith Cummins has been around a long time on the Irish poker scene. His biggest win came back in 2007, so but then he has been out the game for a while, so maybe he feels that it makes him feel a bit more comfortable as he works his way back into the live poker scene.
Yeah, I hope he doesn't keep those glasses. I mean, drop them at some point.
I know the first 2 big events I played, I did take sunglasses, but one of them was in the Bahamas, so.
Oh, so the sun, that's your excuse?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't mind. I mean, if you're a beginner and it's fine that you just want to control it, you won't give out too many tills, I see.
240.
You have to drop it at some point.
Okay, so that's a raise from you, Star Chip Leader, to 240.
Fold.
Sometimes it's good to be able to give out tells when you're in control of what tell you're giving. So if you're wearing sunglasses, you're removing that option from your play.
Re-raise. 485.
So Japan is taking on the chip leader. He's put in a 3-bet to 485,000, and it's round to Abdul, who's one of the short stacks at the table. He's having a little think. I think he knows that if he puts his chips in here, Yaroslav is pretty much committed to call.
Fold. Fold. Fold.
And Leonard in the big blind is another one of the short stacks. He has moved all in, so there's a very good chance we are going to see an all-in confrontation and the possibility of losing a player.
Yeah, not the only person at the table got the all-in move.
And it's only 800,000 for use to call. It's going to be less for insta-call from Japan.
All-in call.
Boring.
I have a suit.
Is it ace king, I think we've been told, yep.
I have a suit.
So Leonard is looking for spades, and Japan needs 4 diamonds or 4 hearts to win the pot. So if you look at this, Leonard is at almost slight favourite here, 53% versus 47% of Japan, just because he has 2 spades rather than 2 individual suits. We're going to see the flop. And it's the 2 of hearts, jack of hearts, 9 of clubs. So the only person who can win this pot now is Japan, or win it outright. Oh, and there's the ace of hearts. So drama here, another heart on the river, and we'll lose Leonard in the most awful situation. It's the queen of clubs, and we're going to chop this up. That would have been an awful way for Leonard to go out of the tournament. I'm sure it's happened to every poker player out there. It certainly happened to me before. It's one of the sickest things when you get all in with exactly the same hand as your opponent and end up losing.
Idiot. Fish. At least I won like 120, 30, 50, 200.
At least you know it won't be ace 2.
Good luck.
It's a lot for me to earn
Grazie.
From now on,
What?
let's hope.
You're gonna stop bullying us?
No. I expect to get some more premium hands now.
You're gonna start shipping every bottle out. That one's gonna fall, I think.
Huh?
That one's gonna fall, I think.
Yeah.
This is falling this way, not that way.
Yeah, voilà.
Now I know why you wanted to race from me. Now I know why you wanted to race from me, but you didn't get the draw.
Alright spectators, just a reminder we have a €200 slot game about to start. So I'll kick off at 2 o'clock. So we have 15,000 start time for 30 minute blinds.
So it's folded round to Keith on the button. And as you would expect with his stack, he's reaching for some chips.
Raise 250.
250,000 is the raise from Keith. Leonard folds in the small blind. Used Shippers is the chip leader in the big blind.
610,000.
And he's going to re-raise to 610,000. Asking the question of Keith Cummins. Pretty deep stacked here. Keith has about 7 million chips. He's going to let it go. Used is going to add to his mountain of chips.
Big bet. Big bet. You did 250? 250. So out of position. And ace.
I had a hand. I had an okay hand to raise it.
Was it to go on shot?
I'm not calling another
But the
380.
button justifies every hand to raise with.
Yeah. The button doesn't get enough respect. That's when people get in trouble.
Yeah.
Oh fuck, I'm sick of him raising the button, I'm all in.
I read under the
Snap
gun.
call.
I read under the gun is the new button.
On the big one, the new one.
I don't believe that.
Houston Keith having a bit of banter there. Eust's comment about under the gun being the new button is definitely something that Japan plays with. We saw him yesterday doing a bit of that, and once or twice today. Whether he had the cards or not, we're not sure of. Didn't see every hand. All right, folding around to our small blind.
in.
There, goes all in, just as I say that. From the button. Yeah, you're going to respect this button raise. He's all in. Yeah, he was just double checking the big blind. Loris, his stack size.
All in. Okay, shut up.
Here we go. Here we go. All in on a call.
You lived up to what?
Just has ace jack of hearts. Just waiting to see Leonard's hands. There you go. 8-6. It was a button chip. He had position. Made an effort. Well, he does have straight draw and flush draw. He's got 2 live cards. That's the main thing. You always want to have 2 live cards. JP RTD is announcing it to our audience outside. And Henrik is just back with us now. Leonard was on the button.
Yeah.
Leonard shoved with 8-6. And unfortunately, the small blind, our chip leader, had woke up with ace jack. Well, he's hit. Hit the 8. Give him a double up. That also helps.
That's a good card for Leonard there.
That's very good.
Needs to dot an ace or jack on the river. Let's see if you can hold it.
Just needs a break.
Here you go.
Very good. So a fortunate position shove.
So 9
continues.
1
Keeps
170.
him safe. Oop, JP's in the way there.
170.
And JP's in the way there. So from our computer calculations, Bennett has moved up to 2.6 million. Gives him a playable stack now without just having to shove.
100 more.
He had 1.1
1
million.
million 170.
Nice double up. Got very lucky. At 8-6, suited. Good hand on the button.
Shows that any 2 cards can do.
True.
Do the job.
If he is getting called, and that, you know, if the player that calls him doesn't have a pair, he's got 2 live cards.
I was definitely not the worst hand I've seen. I mean,
it's very funny, Henrik, when previous hand, Keith and Just were having a little action pre-flop. Keith raised on the button, Just came over the top of him, and Keith folded. And Just was slagging Keith, saying, no, it's only a button raise, any 2 cards is good. I actually had cards. But that time, the next hand.
It sucks when you hit that time where the guy wake up with a hand.
Yeah. Maybe Leonard was listening to Just and Keith's conversation for too much.
Could be.
He's lucky, still there.
So Japan, UTG, is he gonna make a move?
Raise.
Yes.
Of course.
Of course.
240.
Yeah.
And Just was just talking to Keith about under the gun being the new button.
Oh yeah. We slightly talked about it yesterday too. I recall.
And Just actually said he doesn't really believe it. Well, here we go. Japan's actually showing him this is how you do it.
Watch and learn, folks. Watch and learn.
We got a call from Just. Maybe he's trying to prove his point, right?
Yeah.
Doesn't quite believe Yaroslav Japan. Commonly known to people as.
All right, so true reaction on
3-way. Wow, these are big stacks that are going in.
Oh, we got the ace.
3 players.
I think besides Just,
check.
There's a possibility of a straight already with Jonas and Japan's hands.
Yeah, I mean, you know those guys. They can play like any two. So, I mean, we can't discharge that they're not sitting with 2-5.
Yeah.
Bet.
Let's see.
60.
Or even 5-6.
Yeah. That's well.
Plenty to play.
Japan continue racing on the flop.
If Jonas calls here, he does have a lot narrower range than Jonas and Japan. Gotta be scared of that, yeah. Jonas gets out of the way.
Heads up.
Japan giving Ulster was there.
Check.
There's the 5-6 hitting the straight.
He was touching his neck. Yeah.
5-8.
Don't know if Japan picked up on that tell.
5-8.
580,000.
Okay, 580.
Yeah. Just is gonna bet that, you know, he's got it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't call that 4.
Leaf up raiser continuing and then barreling again.
I'm used to winning flips.
It's not like I'm getting rich as well.
Knock your couple up.
Yeah.
So that brings Used back up to his own, back to his starting stack. He's at 12.3 million now.
Yeah, if you're the shortest stack at the table.
He started today with 12.1, so yeah, he's back over his starting. He was up to 13.1 at one stage earlier on. Even though he was quiet, he won blinds and antes. So
just so you know.
he's lost a couple of little ones and just getting that back. Abdul still not going in. Just waiting patiently. I'm always a little timid with waiting and waiting and waiting. I think Leonard is also the type of that's the type of play I'd play. 8-6 suited on the button.
Yeah, I mean, depends on which kind of player you are. I mean, some people need that ace to make the shove.
Yeah.
I mean, and some players like you said, like 9-10 will do.
Raise to 150.
I personally would probably go with the suited connectors rather than a low ace.
Yeah, I might as well go as low as king high. It could do it for me at some point.
Well, you want a king with a mid.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't want to go too low. Okay, raise from Jonas in small blind. Call by Japan in a big blind. You think their ranges are wide? They're small and big blind. Could be absolutely anything.
It's going to be a long day. Come with all those predictions. What do they have?
I think it is. I'm not going to even guess what these two have.
I just want to see some raise and re-raise and.
Yeah, give us some 3 or 4 betting, 5
Yeah,
betting.
give us something to talk about.
Actually, we haven't had 4 and 5 bet. We've had
no,
3
not
bets.
yet. Still to come.
Yeah.
Let's see what Jonas does.
Nobody wants to be the first person to make a misclick. Man, happy enough to take that one down?
Yeah.
No. I got mistaken there for a minute.
Japan at 4.8 million. Jonas at 8.7, just shy of 8.8. So it looks like the two of them could be having some fun today, sitting beside each other.
All right, Christian, give me an estimation. When do you think the final table is over today?
When do I think the final table is over?
90 minutes levels. Still 9 players left.
Well, we've gone over an hour and a half now with
still
nobody.
I mean, so we have seen some all ends, but no one's out yet.
Yeah, the short stacks are doubled or they've been folded too when they shove.
Raise 240.
Leonard, our previous short stack. Having some moves now without having to shove.
Low, please.
Now, our table short stack, Abdul. He's got 1.26 million.
We need to make a move soon. Is this the time?
Leonard raise could be a position for him to shove. It is 6 times the raise if he pushes in. Or, yeah, just shy of 6 times the raise. which gives Leonard the option to fold.
Yeah, he can still fold. He doesn't.
Yeah.
It's not a must call.
No. Maximum he's going to get is 3-1. So it could be Abdul could be calculating this if he can get through.
Call.
Oh, he's just going to flat call. Interesting. Very interesting. That leaves him 1.14 behind.
Now I'm really curious.
Yeah.
What's going through Abdul's head?
Yeah, Leonard's
either
already
he's really strong or he had like 9-10 that, okay, let's see a flop and we go from here.
There's an ace and a flush draw there.
Oh, he had the ace, he would have pushed.
Yeah.
I mean, most likely.
He's checking. I thought Abdul might do a shove there, but with the ace might scare him a little bit. Maybe he's got a low ace.
I would always put all my money on that Abdul doesn't have an ace here.
No, yeah. Not with just a flat call. Yeah.
Bet 260.
260. About 40%.
All in, call.
All in and a call.
Oh, I might be wrong.
There we go. Okay, ace king for Leonard, and yeah, mid ace 7. Yeah.
That was like really weird play he made there.
Very weird pre-flop and flop betting by Abdul. He should have shoved.
A7.
He would have got called anyway.
Oh yeah.
Abdul's the only player with ace 7.
Okay, so here's a chance that we will lose our first player at the final table.
Yeah, Abdul's at risk. He needs a
Abdul
7.
needs a 7 on the turn or river.
Yeah, there's no flush draw for either of them. 5. No straight draw either. Just a 7.
Wow!
Holy cow!
Wow!
Oh my God!
Oh! All right, Abdul
Leonard does
doubles
not like
up.
that. Leonard does not like that, and that was a little strange play pre-flop. Abdul just checking the calling the raise from Leonard, not shoving, when he only had 1.1 behind. It's really strange.
That was so crazy. I mean,
145.
Checking the flop, getting bet to 260k, and re-raising to an all-in, instant call by Leonard. Leonard knew he was in good position, mid to low ace, which is exactly what Abdul had.
No, it didn't come from me.
I mean, we really need to ask Abdul about this play. I mean,
it's super strange.
It's definitely not textbook.
No, nowhere near textbook. Maybe he has some read on Leonard that he was trying to figure out, misread him.
I don't think a read is like anything important in this situation here. It was an all-in, and that's it. I mean,
there we go. Abdul moves up to 2.9 million, just shy of 3. And Leonard is now our short stack at 1.1. Crazy. Wow. What a river.
Sir.
We still haven't lost a player. Nearly 1 hour 45 minutes to play. There will be a break at the end of this level. As far as I know, it is a 10-minute break at the end of each level, and then a dinner break later on. 25 minutes until the break. And we still haven't lost a player, but Leonard now, he was short stack earlier on. He's back to short stack with 1.1.
No problem. He's out for like his 13th coffee.
Raise 240.
6 level for late registrations. 13th level. 15,000 starting stack.
I'm like constantly texting. I have to put it away.
Widziałeś ostatnie kartę? Widziałeś? Górno Andres.
Okay, players are due to five betting rooms going to start in 10 minutes. Once again, make reservations for your chips levels. 15,000 chips.
Raise 240. Raise all in.
Loris has moved all in over the top of Keith's raise. 2.4 million. Action is back on Keith and he folds. Shows a Jack King. So Loris is going to take that one down.
What's the next level? 860 or
816, I think.
8150.
So we've been playing for nearly 2 hours. We still haven't lost a player at this final table. There's another 22 minutes to go before the blinds go up. I think we'll be having a break after this level as well. Lennart van Leemput is now the short stack at the table. Just over 1 million chips. Cahill Shine at the second shortest stack with 2.3 million. Cahill still has 20 big blinds almost there. Lennart down to just under 10 bigs. So I'm pretty sure we'll be seeing him getting his chips in very soon. Meanwhile, it's folded all the way round to Matthew in the small blind.
Raise to 160.
He's going to raise to 260. Matthew's been quite active today. He was up over 4 million at one point, and now he's down to 3, but that's still more than he started the day with. Starting the day with 1.5. Keith Cummins in the big blind. Keith has over 6 million, so above average stack. As we've seen before, both today and yesterday, Keith not a man to make his decisions in a rush, which is not necessarily a bad thing.
Re-raise.
And Keith is putting in a re-raise here. We'll find out how much it is
It was 5
shortly. And Matthew folds quite quickly there. So that battle of the blinds won by Keith Cummins with the 3-bet.
I don't know how to do it. What the hell are you doing here? I have different styles. No, I can't go.
Don't think anybody believes you there, Keith. Saying he never bluffs. Don't think you make your way to one of these final tables without putting some chips in when you haven't got the best hand.
You always quote yourself as legitimate? You always quote yourself as legitimate?
Legitimate.
6 levels for late registration.
I've yet to come across a poker player that tells the truth, though.
That one you have got right there, Keith. Part of poker is being able to deceive the other players.
Raise 240.
Wow, the pain of it. Agony. First card I looked at is an 8.
That is cold.
But you can see he's in pain, like. 8.
Yeah, but don't laugh at the man. Give him a band hit or something. Thank you so much.
We're taking down. Not that good. I'm afraid.
The last one was fairly surprised.
They bring that for you off?
Sorry?
They bring that for you off?
I never asked for anything. That's the thing.
Yeah,
It's incredible tournament.
Ja, jag ska under det. Det är 5 ligger under på civil.
They know what I've been eating the last 3 days, so they go off on that.
Let's see a floor man, please. I can do it from there. Can do that from now. I told you.
Thought you were talking to the whole table.
No. Raise 250.
So we have a raise from Jonas. And in the seat next to him, Japan is contemplating whether he wants to join him in the pot.
We raise 525.
If you are watching the live stream and you're getting a bit annoyed by the adverts, we're sorry about those. They come on randomly. If you go to our Twitter page, which is @D4_events, Noel Hayes has posted a handy tip there if you want to get rid of the adverts. If you're watching on a PC, then it does come up in the top left-hand corner just before an advert starts, a few minutes before, letting you know an advert is coming up. So if there is a big hand and you can see that, you can press that button and it will delay the advert coming up so you don't miss the action.
No, I do. I believe you had a hand, but I had a hand as well. I didn't have ace queen or ace jack.
If you are unfortunate enough to miss what's happened, then have a look at our Facebook page where Christian is posting text updates with photographs, and you'll soon find out what you missed. Hopefully, the advert gods will decide to come in at times when there's nothing crucial happening.
Raise 250.
So Jonas raising again, under the gun this time, 250,000. This time, Japan
525.
says, I'm not letting you get away with it again, and raises to 525,000. It's folded back round to Jonas, who was the original raiser. He has a decision to make. Japan to his left, putting him to the test. Both these players have decent stacks. Jonas is second in chips at the moment in the tournament, and Japan has 5 million chips also, so potential for action depending on the flop, which is ace of spades, 9 of spades, 5 of diamonds.
Check.
Jonas checks. Japan
Bet 400.
follows up with a bet of 400,000. There was already 1.365 million in the pot already, so now nearly 1.8 million chips in the pot after that bet from Japan. At this stage of the tournament, the pots can get very big very quickly. Haven't really seen Jonas put a foot wrong so far in the tournament when we've been watching him. He decides to let this one go. And Japan shows King Queen for the bluff. And Jonas not afraid to put his chips in with a marginal hand. On the bubble, he made a great call with second pair with no kicker for all his chips on the river and was good to double up, keep him in the tournament and give him the chance he took to make the final table.
He had a big stack there on that side of it. 300. He just he gets it in with ace and against 9. Ace, 3, shit in the flop, 9 in the turn leg in the river.
Sick. You going in the flop or in the 3?
I'm not sure.
Probably going to the turn and stuff.
But like he had a big stack, like, and he's on fumes now, so your man was on a good stack against him.
Probably got the turn leg.
Or they might have both slowed it into the river.
It's just 14 minutes left to go in this level. We'll be going on a break then. Still yet to lose a player here at the European Deepstack Poker Championships final table.
All in.
Now Keith has raised, Leonard's moved all in. Now Leonard is the short stack at the table. 640,000 for Keith to call, 1.4 million already in the pot, so getting better than 2 to 1, Keith. But we have seen him raise in this position before and face all in from a player, leaving him the same odds to call, and he has folded. He has chipped, so he could be raising with any 2 in this position. You've seen Leonard get it in with some decent hands earlier, so that might be running through his mind as well.
Keith's race, he must have had to consider that Leonard is right behind him there, and the cutoff is a good position to squeeze.
Well, yeah, he knows Leonard's there with a short stack, but he also knows that Leonard is pretty much only going to do this with a decent hand, and the chances of Leonard having that decent hand obviously are low enough that he can happily make this bet, knowing that if he's not that strong, he can fold without. But in the long run, it's probably a profitable play.
True. Keith thinks he's got
640 more
live cards. Would he call it?
Keith seems to be quite cautious in these situations.
It's just less than 10% of his total chip stack to call.
Yeah, but as I say, I've seen him do it fold twice in this exact same situation yesterday. So there are a lot of players that would call here with almost any 2.
I like it, but I think I have to. Yeah.
Call. Shut down.
Red bet.
Okay, Keith has called. We have King 9 for Leonard and Ace 5 for Keith. So At the moment, Lennart is our all-in player, and he is behind. Keith is a 59% favourite in this hand. But as we've seen before, that means nothing until the river. Although Keith is ahead, all Lennart needs to do is hit a king or a 9 without Keith hitting his ace or a 5.
You can understand Keith's patience on picking the 3.
And there's the king for Lennart. So Lennart moves into the lead and is now a 83% favourite to win this hand. Jack on the turn means it's only an ace that can stop him from doubling up. And the 4 on the river means that Lennart is going to double up.
Welcome to the roller coaster.
140 more.
So this is a reverse of the situation that Lennart had against Abdul. That time Lennart had it in the best possible position, and Abdul hit his 7 on the river.
I was getting 2-1 to call.
Although Lennart wasn't as far behind as Abdul was in that hand when Lennart got it in against Keith slightly bad.
I don't like it, but yeah, but you're never going to be like crushing my range. Never.
You're 39.
39?
Yes.
I'm crushing a lot of your range.
Yeah, you're crushing nothing of my range, not one hit.
Oh, so you lose. You was shot stack king.
Ace deuce, but are you crushing ace deuce with ace 5?
If everybody's interested, Liverpool will take the lead again. Swing to Liverpool versus Swansea after 2-0.
Okay. It's gonna be better a lot. So
if that's how you
like
feel about
3-1, but I'm not here to. I'm the last person at this table to learn someone to play poker. That's for sure.
Button sits 7. Action sit 1.
So still 9 players left here in the European Deepstack Poker Championship. We are rapidly approaching the end of the level. Just 8 minutes left. Then the blinds will increase again. Started the day with a 50 big blind average. In this level, that's dropped to 42. So the average stack will drop compared to the blinds again, obviously, once they rise, unless we lose a player before then.
Sit 6 fold.
But as we said, this is still a pretty deep stack table. So living up to its name as the European Deepstack Poker Championships. If you weren't here earlier, we were mentioning there's another big event on over in the UK. It's actually twice the buy-in. And the players there start at the table with 35 big blinds. So just goes to show that this event has held up and the structure is as good, or if not better, than some other more expensive events that players could play. So everybody getting great value for money here.
NT
Oh, yeah. 5, 4, 7, 5,
and small blind.
5, 4 is 5, yeah, plus 6, 9. More than enough not to go. Not, still not. It's like 7.
Action on sit 2.
Nice.
Raise 240. Sit 3, sit 4 fold. Sit 5 fold.
So, Cahill Shine shows us he can do more than raise all in. He's raised to 240,000 under the gun. From my recollection, this is the third pot he has played on this final table. And it's Abdul in the big blind. Recently doubled through Lennart van Liepert. Abdul slightly covers Cahill.
Sit 1, fold.
He decides to fold as well, so Cahill's going to add some more chips to his stack. 3 out of 3 for Cahill from Ireland. The only player at this table, as far as we can find out, that's actually won a decent-sized poker event, winning the Lakes of Killarney €500 event a few years ago for €15,000. If he finishes in 4th place or better, then this will be his biggest cash on his Hendon mob. €17,000 for 4th here. Everybody from 6th place upwards getting over 10,000.
Button on sit 9.
And no one at this feature table has cashed in a live tournament for more than 3rd place here. So
Action on sit 3. Pass. Sit 4, fold.
at least the top 3 players in this tournament, this is going to be the biggest cash on their Hendon mob.
Sit 4, raise 240,000.
So we've a raise coming in from Juiced, our chip leader. We haven't heard from him in a while. Just reminding everybody that he's still there if they can't see his chips. Jonas, who's 2nd in chips, is having a little think in the cut-off next to him.
Sit 8, called 240.
He's going to call. Japan on the button.
Sit 9, fold.
Abdul in the small blind. He's going to fold. And Cahill Shine is going to fold in the big blind. So the 2 chip leaders going to see a flop.
Heads up.
And the flop is the 4 of spades, the 8 of spades, and the 9 of hearts. Action on Just, who was the pre-flop raiser.
Sit 6, bet 290.
So 290,000 bet quite quickly from Just there on this flop.
Action on sit 8.
Jonas van Bogart looking very intense there. Thinking about what he's going to do in this hand. Looks like he's going to raise. Those red chips are worth 100,000 each.
Sit 8, raise 665,000.
665,000. And Use just double checks in case his cards have changed and folds pretty quickly there. So another win for Jonas. I think the last time they saw a flop together, Jonas won the pot as well. So 2-0 to Belgium.
Button on sit 1.
So Abdul is the button in this hand. Cahill Shine is the small blind. And
Sit 5, fold.
Matthew is the big blind.
Sit 6, fold. Sit 7, fold. Sit 8, fold.
It's folded all the way around
fold.
to Abdul on the button.
Sit 1, raise 260,000. Sit 2, fold.
So Abdul has raised to 260 on the button. Cahill is out the way pretty quickly, so only Matthew left to get through in the big blind.
Sit 3, fold.
He's going to let that one go.
Yeah, 10 minutes break.
And that's the last hand of the level, and we're going to go on a 20-minute break. We shall be back with you as soon as play restarts. I hope you're enjoying the show so far. Still 9 players left here at the European Deepstack Poker Championship. We'll be here until we have a winner.
Not so good. 2 million. That's 2 million, right? Yeah, this is good. Because then we'll, on the next week, there's quite a few short stacks. We'll probably lose a few short stacks, and we'll do. We might bring in the flats. That's good.
12.
Yeah. Eight. Yeah.
Good.
Eight will do.
Тебе брейков не дают. Чё, пузырек пустой оставила? Пузырек пустой оставила.
Okay, man's got a player, take your seats. 1 minute to go. Man's got a player, take your seats.
Blinds are.
8160.
Don't just.
Alright guys, our check counts. Leader, young snipers from Denmark, sorry, from Holland. Denmark. What?
No.
700,000. Then our short time of 2,015,000.
Yeah, that sucks, huh?
Going back up lines will be 8,000, 150,000, with 20,000 Andy. Okay, so what's the deal?
Okay, ante 20,000, blinds 86, 160.
You always try your best to build like a castle. And then they come back and fucking rip the thing apart. Because they're tournament done. That's abuse of authority.
Can you pass ante, please? Thank you.
Hate with the lack of fucking stuff.
Can I have the date?
Annoys me.
Maybe if I'm playing it.
Pass. Pass.
Okay, we're back from the break.
7. Sit 7 fold.
Everybody
Sit 8
folded?
fold. Sit 9 fold.
And folds. And Abdul. So all the short stacks are on 2.5, 2.5 to 2.8 million. Leonard is still our short
Sit 1
stack.
raise.
1.995.
360.
Abdul raising.
Sit 2 fold.
Button folds. Cahill.
Sit 3 fold.
Matthew fold. And to Keith in our big blind. You can see his eyes there. Glasses off. We have been playing over 2 hours now. Still no player gone. 9 players left. All the short stacks when they shoved and cold, they have been doubling up. Leonard came in one of our short stacks,
4
doubled
fold,
up,
360.
lost some chips, and then
Heads up.
doubled up again. Keith Coles, Abdul's raise, or to flop. 3, 7, 3.
Action on sit 4.
Rainbow. Keith to the first, from big blind. He's seriously eyeing up Abdul to see if he can get any reaction to that flop.
Sit 4 check.
Does Abdul lead out again? Continuation bet.
Sit 1 bet. 440,000.
Just under half size pot. Raise there from Abdul. Briefly talking to Keith outside there on the break. He's determined to take this one down. Would love to get this win now. Asking to see Abdul's remaining chips. from all calculations, it's about 2 million. Keith sitting with just under 5.5.
Five players at the moment sitting under 20 bigs. So we should start seeing some action soon. Average is still over 30 bigs, but the distribution of the wealth means that 5 of the players would be in short stack territory.
Sit for raise.
So Keith's come in with a raise, check raise, 1 million. So Abdul, 560,000 to call here. I think it would be very strange if he does call with the stack he's got behind, so I think Abdul has either got to make a decision whether he's playing for all his chips. I'm pretty sure Keith is very strong here. Very considered player. That doesn't mean he's not capable of making a move. So, no draws to be thinking about here. It's simply a case of possible overpairs to the board. Has Keith called light in the big blind with the 3 in his hand? Abdul has something like 8s or 9s here. You can only really be worried about Keith having something like ace-3 or something like that. He's going to fold anyway. Keith's not going to show. No free information.
A new dealer, good luck.
So after that pot, Abdul drops to 2 million chips. So under 14 big blinds. Not much between him and Leonard at the bottom. And then Matthew, Cahill and Loris all have less than 20 big blind stacks.
What did you say?
Chip leader is Used Shippers with 11.5 million. Jonas van Bogart second with 8.5. Japan and Keith both have over 6 million. After that pot, Keith's probably just leapfrogged Japan to get back into 3rd spot. And then a big drop down to Loris, who has just over 2.5 million.
Raise all in.
Here we go. That's Loris moved all in.
Fold.
2,600,000.
Fold. Fold. Fold.
16 big blind shove.
Fold.
And Leonard has not got enough to call. Loris is going to take that one down. 7-4 shown by Leonard.
Who scored a 4-7?
No, I showed it.
Antes, please. Small blind, please. Fold. 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 Raise 320.
Here comes Cahill Shine with a raise on the button. Sorry. Keith on the button. Pay more attention. It's been a long week here. Have to excuse us for the odd error. Keith Cummins on the button, having to think here. Potential 3-bet coming in. Just reaching for those red chips, which are worth 100,000 each.
Call.
Just a call from Keith on the button. Leonard van Liempert in the small blind.
Fold.
And
Fold.
Matthew folds. So the two Irishmen, two remaining Irishmen in the tournament. We go to a flop, which is ace of spades, 3 of spades, jack of clubs. Keith has checked. Oh, sorry. Keith's got position, so
Bet
Cahill is leading out. 345. Keith's going to fold. Folds pocket eights. By my recollection, I don't think Cahill has lost a pot. He's put chips in voluntarily.
Fold. 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 Fold.
So, Just in the small blind, just checking how much Loris has in the big blind. I wonder if we're going to see the old big stack putting the shorter stack in the big blind all in pre-flop here.
Call.
So just limping in from the small blind. Not something we've seen that often on the feature table over the last few days, but each their own. Is he inducing Loris to put a raise or a shove in from the big? But he's just going to check.
2 players.
And the flop is 10-jack-2, 2 spades.
Bet. 180.
So a 180,000 bet from Just in the small blind. Loris is going to fold. And Just Shippers from the Netherlands takes down that pot. Adds to his chip lead slightly.
ante, please. And your big blind.
It's 160.
Yeah, 160. Fold. 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 Raise 320.
So Matthew comes in with a raise to 320,000. Keith Cummins is next to act.
Fold.
He folds. Leonard folds.
Fold.
Just folds. Loris folds. Jonas is in the
And fold.
big blind. He folds. Matthew's going to take that one down, uncontested.
Your antes, please.
Apologies, that was Keith Cummins raised that one up.
Huh? When did you play it? When did you all in your shots that hand? I don't know.
I didn't have a good feeling about it.
No?
Patrick apologises for confusing me with the graphics. He's just disappointed that Everton lost to a last-minute goal yesterday.
Fold.
Not recovered.
Fold. 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 Fold.
Okay, folds round to Loris on the button. Having a little conversation with Jonas before he makes his action.
Fold.
Whatever was said. Loris doesn't like it, he's going to fold. Jonas finds that quite funny. So Jonas and Japan, the two players left in the hand in the blinds. And Jonas is going to limp in. We just saw this happen a few hands ago. And I don't think Japan is the type of player to stand for this. I'm pretty sure he's got a rule that you can't limp on my blind. And there we go.
480.
It's going to be more expensive, Jonas, if you want to see this flop. 300,000 to call. 800,000 in the middle already. Two of the above average stacks in the tournament. Jonas has re-raised. So the limp re-raise from Jonas van Bogart from Belgium.
1,140,000.
It's the first time we've seen that on the feature table. I think he knows that Japan was likely to raise there, so Jonas doesn't necessarily have to have a hand here. He's made it 1.14 million before the flop. Japan has to call 680,000 if he wants to continue in the hand. And he decides to let this one go. Jonas isn't going to show him what he's got. I have a big suspicion that Jonas was just playing Japan there. We do know, although Japan doesn't have any significant live results, he has got some good results online. Unfortunately, Henrik is not here to remind us of exactly what those are, but he does have some very big online successes. So it's a guy who does know how to play poker. You can tell that from how we've seen him play over the last couple of days.
Thank you. Big blind.
Yeah, doesn't let people away without being punished when he thinks they've made a mistake. This time, Jonas took advantage of that. And the gap between the top two and the rest of the field is ever increasing.
Fold.
Still 9 players left. We started this final table at 12 o'clock today. We've had a short break, but we've had nearly 2.5 hours of actual poker being played today without losing a player. Both Abdul and Leonard both getting lucky when they were all in, hitting cards to save them. Matthew was raised here to 320,000. Action is on Youth Shippers in the hijack position. He's the tournament chip leader. Looks like he is going to put some kind of chips into the pot, I think.
Raise to 740.
And he's going to come in with a 3-bet. The aggression picking up now on the feature table. 3-bet to 740,000 from Eust.
Fold.
Loris and Jonas get out the way.
Fold.
Japan folds his small blind. Abdul is in the big blind. And the action is now back round to Matthew, who made the original raise. Matthew Woolart from Belgium started the table as the short stack. Has 2 million behind, so if he has to fold here, it's leaving him quite short, and he does. So Matthew Woolart drops to a 14 big blind stack. Just Jonas and Keith just gnawing away at the short stack players. Have a look at the chips on the screen here. We can see that Leonard is down to 1.6 million, which is 10 big blinds. Abdul has 11 big blinds, and Matthew 14 big blinds. Loris 17 big blinds. So all 4 of those stacks are in the position where they're pretty much going to have to commit all their chips to the next pot they play. Cahill Shine slightly better off with 20 big blinds. And then a big jump up to Japan, who has 5.5 million.
320. Fold. Fold.
And it's the chip leader Eust raising it up to 320,000. Abdul is in the small blind here. He's going to fold.
Fold.
Cahill folds the big blind. We really are seeing the big stacks put the pressure on, as I've just said before. I don't think it's going to be long before we see a confrontation and a player at risk.
Yeah, and table it, and jump up, and go.
Fold. 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 Raise all in. Fold. Fold.
Here we go. Didn't take long. Abdul moves all in from the button. Players in the blinds fold.
Fold. Fold. Fold. Fold. Raise 320. Fold. Re-raise all in. Fold.
So we have Cahill moving all in over the top of a Japan raise.
Call.
And Japan is going to call, so we're going to see an all-in between Cahill Shine from Ireland and Japan Yaroslav from Denmark. Cahill is our at-risk player, and it is a race. Cahill is ahead, but it's a flip. So a 6 million chip pot here. The flop is King 5-7. If Cahill manages to hold in this pot, it pretty much reverses his position with Japan. 8 of diamonds on the turn. So if we don't see an ace or queen on the river, then we are going to see Cahill double up. So Cahill Shine doubles up with the 9s. I'll leave Christian to write the puns there. I'm sure there's 1 or 2 that he could use in his write-up, which will be on Facebook. And that is going to leave Japan down at 2.5 million chips.
3,025,000.
And it jumps Cahill Shine up to 4th position with 6.3 million. So an average stack at the moment is exactly 500,000. So we have 5 players with half average stack or less and 4 players above average. And Used Shippers is way out in the lead with nearly 13 million chips. And Jonas is his nearest challenger with 8.7 million chips.
Small blind is 80,000. Thank you. Raise. 320.
So Used is going to raise under the gun.
Fold.
Continuing his quest to accumulate all the chips in the tournament.
Fold. 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 Fold.
And Leonard can't find a hand to take him on with. And that should put Used over 13 million.
Your antis, please.
The buttons coming out.
Oh, 2.5.
Sorry?
2.5? Yeah.
It's 6 million, right?
No, about 10.
Sorry?
About 10.
About 10.
Fold.
Yeah, then I get like 60.
I got about 6.4.
Fold.
Thank you.
Fold. Fold, fold. Fold.
Looks like Keith Cummins is going to raise on the button here.
Raise 320.
He's got the awkward situation of having to raise into the chip leader every time he's on the button.
Fold.
But it's Leonard in the small blind who's putting Keith to the test now.
Put in the 320 to me, how much more, please?
Keith asking for a full count. According to our chip counts here, Keith's got to call just over $1 million into a $2 million chip pot. So a familiar situation for Keith Cummins. It's the fourth or fifth time we've seen him have to make a 2-to-1 call. This time he decides to fold.
Ace show.
Leonard shows the ace of diamonds.
Doesn't matter what I say, it's still good.
And this.
How much was it? 1.5? It's going to be about 2 now?
1.5 total.
1,045,000.
Oh, 1,045,000?
More.
Yes, more, yeah.
More.
So 1.5
Fold. 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 Raise 320.
I'm all in.
We raise all in.
Keith trying again. Leonard doing exactly the same. I should just have this on a loop.
Fold.
Keith raises. Leonard moves all in. Keith has to fold. Keith shows Queen Jack.
Your auntie, please. Thank you. Fold. Fold, fold. 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 Raise all in.
So for the third hand in a row, Leonard moves all in. This time he's the one opening the pot. Eustace folded.
If I can do that 10 times in a row.
Everybody folds. Leonard wins. And according to our technical expert here, Leonard has doubled up without a showdown in the last 3 hands. He's got over 3 million chips now, so up to a 20 big blind stack.
First 20 bad hands, and then I get 5 in a row. Good hands.
I left 50 quid a man that you won't do it.
Your auntie, please.
Our short stack at the moment is Matthew. He's got 1.7 million, which is just over 10 big blinds. And then Loris with 2.3 million. And Japan with 2.4 million. Before we jump up to Leonard, who has put himself on just over 3 million chips with those 3 all-ins.
Fold.
That would be sick.
No, that would be stupid.
Raise 320.
Okay, Keith's not giving up.
Fold.
This is his third raise in 4 or 5 hands. Last 2 times Leonard moved all in over the top. This time it's going to be Loris.
Fold.
Keith's going to wake up with a hand at some point here.
Fold.
Must be getting quite frustrated that every time he puts in a raise, one of the short stack shoves and puts him to a decision. Each of these raises is 320,000. So those 3 pots have lost Keith nearly 1 million chips. The longer this goes on without losing a player, the shallower the stacks are going to become. That's just poker. If you go a long time without losing a player in a tournament, the average stack compared to the big blinds is going to decrease every time the blinds go up. As soon as we lose a player or two, though, the average stack will shoot right back up, and different ball game then. But now we have 5 stacks, which you could call shoving stacks. Makes it, on one hand, the big stacks think they can take control of the hand by raising a lot, but as you've seen, sometimes it can backfire. Raise at the wrong time, and you are put to a test. If you haven't got a hand to back it up, you've got to let your chips go. Keith's seen 1 million go that way in the last few hands.
Fold. Raise all in.
So Japan has moved all in from the small blind. Abdul is in the big blind. Both have similar size stacks. Japan, a slightly larger stack according to our calculations. Abdul's going to fold anyway. I can't see Japan hanging about and letting himself blind down too much further than where he is at the moment after losing that pot to Cahill.
You're going to have a new viewer. Very good luck.
He's the kind of player who is playing for the win. He's not going to try and fold himself into slightly more a higher prize payout.
Thank you. Hello.
Somebody get me a massage from the roof.
Oops.
Good thing.
Burn card, okay.
Was that shown or?
Yeah, no, it was burn. Next burn. It turned over.
Yeah, that's sure. 5 o'clock. Okay.
5 o'clocks. Pass. Pass. Pass.
So folded around to Japan on the button. We're going to see another all-in from the Dane. Nope, this time he's going to fold. Abdul in the small blind. Abdul has 10 big blind stack. Have to think that if he's got any kind of hand, he's going to move all the chips over the line and put Cahill to the test. But no, we shows 2 small cards to the camera. And we have one of our first walks of the day.
I don't know.
But it didn't expose.
Yeah, but I saw it, so probably
saw
someone
it. You
else.
saw it also.
He knew it was a black card. Yeah.
I don't know what to do in this situation, actually.
Yeah, if he's seen it, I'm just saying I saw it, so if
He says it, yeah. But if you think it's the queen of spades, he saw enough, I think, to expose it.
Yeah.
No?
Okay, I close the floor, alright?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Floor.
Which one is it? Just give him another.
This card didn't expose, but him saying that he saw it.
So
Yeah.
I
He
saw
also
it.
saw it.
He
I
saw
saw. I think I have an idea of what it should be, but if nobody else saw it, I have no problem.
He said it
but
flipped up a
I'm
little
just
bit, and he
asking-
thinks he saw it.
That's all I'm
Okay, so somebody's saying they think they've seen one of the cards.
Yeah, now we're going.
Kenneth, can you go to 41,
What you gotta
please?
do if you have 2 queens now?
Leon?
Yeah, okay. That
Okay,
makes
so,
sense to me. Now everybody knows I
JP.
don't have the queen of spades.
Exactly. You know what I mean?
Okay.
It doesn't really matter.
No, it doesn't matter. Let's play on. No problem.
JP checks and the card was nothing like the one described, so
I'm folding anyway.
JP, a very experienced tournament director, run many big events including EPTs and the Norwegian Poker Championships, as well as being the tournament director for us for the past 5 or 6 years. And Jonas is going to come in with the raise.
Pass.
And everybody's folded so far until it gets to Matthew in the big blind. Matthew is one of our short stacks. He's got less than 10 big blinds behind. So you would think if he has any kind of hand, they're all going in here. 2 options for Matthew. All in or fold. And he's chosen to fold.
I thought I saw the queen space.
But it was a space, so it was not completely over. It was the 8 of spades. 12 thick meta game when you know I don't have the queen of spades, I can represent the jack or the king of spades in that spot.
But it's weird. Isn't it
Level.
Isn't it weird? He looks at the card and just says play on.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. But
Might not make any sense to you guys, but JP does know what he's doing there. I would presume that that rule is used in plenty of other tournaments. Long time since I've done tournament director myself, so we used what we believe are the best tournament directors around, so we trust in their decisions. Makes it easier for me because I don't have to keep up with the rules myself. And you've got people you can trust in to be doing the right thing.
Pass. Pass. Raise. Pass. Pass, pass. Pass.
So Jonas raises again and takes down the pot pre-flop. Nobody wanting to take on the second chip leader in this tournament.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, sorry.
Pass. 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 All in.
So we have an all-in from Abdul. It was coming, we knew that. Keith Cummins in the small blind, folds. Leonard, one of the other, well, he was a short stack. He got himself up to 3 million chips without a showdown. Leonard is the only other player he needs to get through.
very close.
And Leonard says it's very close, but he does fold. Abdul's going to take this one down, and we carry on. Still 9-handed. There's 18 players left in the €300 side event. Quite a few names familiar to me in that one. Dara O'Kearney, probably known to most Irish players, is doing very well there. Dara Davey, another member of the firm, started the day third in chips. Gary Clark, David Caffrey, other well-known Irish players. And, Paul Hunt, who we saw on the feature table yesterday or the day before, I think. I can't remember exactly when, but he cashed in the main event. 18 players left in the €300 side event. €16,000 up top for the winner. Everybody at the moment guaranteed €600. €10,000 for second. Over €60,000 in the prize pool in this tournament, which is great for a €300 event. Meanwhile, back at the feature table, Loris has moved all in.
Pass.
All in under the gun. Pass. Open shove by Loris Kuntz. Got to get through everybody at the table, or he risks elimination. And Leonard looks like he's, Keith looks like he's got a bit of a decision here. So 2,885,000 chips Loris has got. And I think that is more than half Keith's stack. Keith dropped to just below 5 million after his 3 raises were snapped off in a row, or re-raised in a row.
$2.95.
I don't think Keith's going to call this that light. Obviously he's not got a monster, he'd have called already.
Pass.
He folds, Leonard next to act. Small
Pass.
blind, he folds, and Eustace in the big blind. Loris gets it through. That takes Loris to 3.3 million. Back over the 20 big blind safety mark.
He's getting it.
Yeah, exactly.
Pass, pass, pass. Base. Pass.
A raise from Keith. Takes it down, gets back some of the chips he's lost recently.
Pass. Pass. Raise. Pass. Pass. Pass.
So folds round to the blinds. Loris folds and Jonas is going to get a walk.
Are you French?
No, Irish.
Irish. Well, then insult the man. Then there's no value in calling you.
Good logic.
He's French.
That was a race by Cahill. Takes it down on the blinds.
There's an insult. No offense. No offense, no offense. There's only one French man, is there? This man. You're the only French man, yeah? Yeah. 3 Belgians, French guy, 2 Irish.
Zeker record. 10 French on the room.
Huh?
10 French on the room, 1 on the final table. Could be worse. 2 on the wet Belgium.
So even though we've still got 9 players left after over 3 hours of play, or just 3 hours of play now, there has been movement. Short stacks doubling up. I think Leonard on C5 has been on the biggest roller coaster.
Pass.
Came in short, doubled up, lost it again, doubled up again, and stole a few blinds to give himself a uncalled pull down double up.
Not too light. Always the same as not too light.
Fold it around
Pass.
to Loris, lets it go from the button. He was in an unfortunate position there with the
Pass.
2 big stacks. Well, Japan did have a big stack, but when he lost a race up against Cahill earlier on, Cahill's pocket nines doubled him up, put Japan down.
330, yeah, 2 million.
But he's an aggressive player, so Loris has to play into that when he's on the button. He's got Jonas, big stack, and Japan, aggressive player. I don't think anybody here has a easy seat at this table. Big stacks are well spread out, aggressive players are well spread out.
Hope when France gets in the what's his name? No, the November night, what's his name?
Henrik really struggling here in the booth.
Poor Henrik is lying down.
If only you could see the state that he's in. Someone get him back to Denmark.
He can't handle the Irish.
Can't handle the crack.
Raise.
Okay,
Pass.
Carl's opening it up again.
Pass.
Second time in 3 hands.
Pass.
Are you famous in Belgium?
Pass.
Yeah, but not
Around to Loris.
For other things. Okay. Oh yeah, I might see you in.
Carl's
some
playing a
class.
very
yeah.
controlled game here. Be difficult for anybody to judge it.
Pass.
What
Are you
he's
being
got.
serious? What do you think?
I don't know.
And he doubled up, he showed pocket nines.
Well, yeah.
Under the gun raise.
I've been on this TV show in Belgium.
Only big blind.
Yeah. Yeah.
Abdul.
Some quiz
from
with
Germany.
My sister.
Really? What one?
The $1 million drop, you know?
Oh yeah.
I did it.
Did
It was
you do
very
it?
short.
Yeah? Oh really? I
We
didn't watch it.
won 25,000.
Has to let it go.
Yeah, we did.
One brick.
Yeah, 1 brick.
Obviously didn't have the cards. Carl's doing very well. Over 6 million now.
Where did you lost the big chunk?
We agreed on.
He's actually just
we don't
short
know
of
the
7
answer,
million,
we're
Carl.
just gonna
6.95.
choose one and divide them over 3, and then it goes really fast.
Yeah.
You know, like
And Abdul is our short stack,
Yeah,
1.7.
300,000 left, so.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Matthew is 1.2.
And I
Yeah.
thought if you think about it,
And
you're a
then
poker
it's
player, you
Abdul
can-
with
it's perfect
1.7.
to crack it.
Thanks, Hendrik.
Yeah, but
For once he was awake.
never
Point
more
that
than
out to me.
100. Okay.
Yeah.
Poor
two young
Henrik.
guys.
Yeah, but they
He's done his
didn't
job,
do
yeah.
the math,
I
they
don't know.
gambled.
9 days
Oh,
of
yeah,
poker is taking the toll on Hendrik,
And they got
as well as all the beers.
So it was,
I don't know, yeah.
that was the first
Some
thing.
people say we got
I must say Hendrik's done very well in the tournaments here. He's enjoyed the whole festival. Came second in the A Cup Amateur Championship of Poker last weekend.
Pass.
And then he played a side event last night and came 5th. Nice cash for him.
Pass.
Thoroughly enjoying the whole festival. Very well organised by D4 Events. Now every year. ACOP was in its second year and seems to have cemented itself with doubling its field for the second year. We're at 300 players. All right, fold it around to the button. Japan is going to make a raise here.
Pass. Pass. Ah, okay, yeah, all right.
So Japan will take that down. Blinds will fold out. I'm standing beside JP. Are you finding still 9 players after 3 hours?
Yep, it's playing a little bit slower today than yesterday, obviously. But there's, what, 36 big blinds average stack, so we could be here for a while.
Yeah, everybody's got pretty much a lot of room to play. 2 short stacks under 2 million, so they're going to have to make some moves every now and again.
Yeah, like there's been an awful lot of all-ins. The short stacks have just doubled up every time. So we could be here half 4 in the morning. Hopefully not.
Okay, guys. So yeah, get to the off license. Remember they close at 10. Just get to the off license, get yourself some beers, and settle down for a while.
Raise.
Okay, Keith's opening up under the gun.
320. Pass.
Most people will say if you're betting from under the gun, you're strong.
We know that hasn't really been the case this tournament.
That's true. Certainly with Keith and Japan, they've been using under the gun.
Exploiting the under the gun reputation.
Using it like it's a button. Lawrence is thinking about this. He's pulled out a stack. Could be a re-raise, or he's just rippling through the chips. I used to think that was always funny, how players used to think while riffling. So
Yeah.
thinking with their chips.
Pass.
And he lets it go. And then I started doing it myself. It becomes very addictive. You don't notice you're doing it.
It's just a habit, isn't it? It's just
It is. It becomes a second nature, subconscious thing when you're at the table.
Mark.
I always hate it when I get short stacked and I don't have enough chips to
Okay.
riffle them. I think Abdul is notifying the dealer that it's a slightly marked card, bent in some shape or form, so we'll have to change the deck if there is. Looks like the dealer's holding it off to the side, so yeah.
Matthew with the shortest stack here. About 8 big blinds, 7 big blinds. He's got to pick a spot soon.
Here we go.
All in.
He's going in it. Now Keith raised his glasses off.
Keith really can't
comfortable.
fault this.
Yeah, he's comfortable to call. Yeah. Finally, he's got a hand where a short stack shoves that he's going to be able to call it. Just making
1
sure
point.
on the chip size,
1
he's always
point.
very cautious on everything. He's not going to instantly do anything. But yes,
Call.
now he makes the call. Once he knows the amount, we have a call.
And this could be the first player out. He's got
Was
2s.
Matthew has pocket 2. And Keith has king queen off.
C3 pocket twos.
King
It's a
Queen.
race.
Considering how much thought Keith has given other decisions, I'm surprised how quickly he called with King Queen there.
I think Matthew wasn't too comfortable with his hand.
No,
when
you
he
could
called.
tell that, couldn't you?
Yeah, when he was making a decision to shove, he wasn't too comfortable.
Survived the flop.
Safe for Matthew.
No straight draws or flush draws out there.
No, yeah, no.
See a jack or a
Certainly,
10.
yeah, no flush at all. 2. That's it. That's a double up. There we go.
Hand over.
Hand over. Double up for Matthew. Again, the short stack doubles. There we go. 5 in the river. Makes no difference. Very good.
1 point.
Matthew's got to be happy with that. Poor Keith. Second short stack he's had to double up. And he's been chipping. People have been chipping away at him every time he raises. I think that was a fair call. the body language of Matthew before he shoved showed slight frustration with his hand. It was good, but not great.
This card is marked player center.
But it got through.
Yeah, 1.2 round. Plays now back to.
His hand, buddy. Hanging on.
And there we have it.
Yeah.
One red guy. Always been.
Keith still with 4 million.
1.5.
That's still okay.
But I'm not broke.
Matthew up to 2.5, brings him off the bottom. Abdul's now at the bottom at 1.6. Hasn't been able to make any moves when people around him are betting over him. And we are going to change the deck. There was more than likely a crease in one of the cards as the players look at their cards, to put pressure on bending over them, and you get a crease every now and again in one of them.
Yeah, sometimes just a fingernail into the card, not enough for someone. I'm a bit superstitious when I get a new deck in. I mean, I've seen sometimes when a player gives you a card and you can barely even see where it's marked, but if they see it, then...
Yeah, if one person can see it, then you have to. And it is up to the player to notify the dealer. Be unfair to continue on.
Keith taking a bit of a hit there to his stack.
He did.
Like I said, he's folded for less. After putting in less. I'm just so surprised that he... Relatively quick call there with King Queen.
It was a read. It was a read.
You think how long he took with the Ace-5?
Yeah, but...
And that was it for less chips.
That was... Leonard, you know, has made moves before, had doubled up before. I think Matthew's got a narrower
Raise
range.
320.
I think Keith
Exactly.
Matthew has a narrower range.
Exactly, that's why it's a stranger call.
Mm.
If he has a narrower range, then King Queen's not as good against it.
There, I say with Matthew's body language before he shoved, he could almost
All
instantly
in?
put him on a small pair.
We got an
Here we
all
go.
in here.
Abdul shoving over use.
And you'd
raise.
expect Use to call this with his chips as well.
Pass.
Matthew folds in a small blind, Keith in a big blind. Use,
Oh.
he's got a call. Oh, hold on, Keith's still thinking about this. What's he going to do with Use behind him?
How much?
If he flat calls, Use could shove and put Keith's tournament life at risk.
Keith, he's pretty much had a decision every time someone's been all in.
Yeah. But at this
1
stage
million.
now, we're playing over 3 hours. If Keith
1 million,
Use
6,
checks, they could check the whole
15.
thing down.
Yeah.
And
But
then
you
hopefully
wouldn't.
knock out the first player of the tournament.
But you wouldn't back anyone to be checking it down at this
Yeah.
stage. That's a very something you'd often see in the casino game, maybe.
Yeah, it's more of a club game move,
Yeah.
but we have been playing.
But it is one of those unspoken moves that it may happen. But I can't imagine him just flat calling here for a third of his stack. Because if Use does come over the top of him, then he almost again has to call. But I expect Keith to fold here. Wow.
Call.
Keith has just called.
And we have a call.
Yeah, that has a...
We have a call.
1 million point 6, 15.
We still have Use behind.
And 15 more.
So now Keith either has a...
It's a re-raise.
He has a hand, but he doesn't
by
think
Keith.
Juice has a hand, or he has a really big hand. And just by calling, hopes to induce and a further re-raise from Juice, which will then get all the chips.
Keith showing a huge amount of strength here.
It's 16.1. You said 1.4. Ah, yeah?
Still up to Use.
1.615.
million. That's a lot.
Used with all the chips here.
Mike's back with us here.
Yeah, I can hear there's been quite a bit of action in the last couple of hands while I've been away. I couldn't hear exactly what's going on.
Yeah.
What's going on here then?
Well,
We've got...
Matthew doubled up previous hand against Keith. It was small bit versus big blind. Matthew was small blind. he shoved. Keith called relatively quickly. I think Matthew's body language wasn't great before he shoved. So Keith called.
All in.
Oh, here we go. Over the top.
Call.
And they call. And it's a call.
We've got three-way all in here. Okay, this is well, that was always going in, and Abdul was there with the ace 10.
Abdul forced him to move all in over just raised pre-flop. This is very unlucky for Keith with the kings.
Well, there's 3 diamonds on the flop, and Just has the ace of diamonds, so that leaves Keith with just 1 out. Abdul can still win with running straight cards. 2 of clubs doesn't help that, so Abdul is dead. Keith needs the king of hearts on the river. It's the 6 of hearts. So after playing so long with 9 players, we're suddenly down to 7. So by the sounds of that, Abdul had the lowest chip. So
he did, yeah.
He gets 9th position. Keith, unlucky for Keith Cummins there. He came into the final table in a great position, was determined to do well, but that's pretty much a setup. And Just now has over 18 million chips. That's more than a third of the chips in play with 7 players left. Great position for Just now. Big favourite to win this, I think, from this position.
Yeah, the cards played themselves in that hand. Abdul first to shove.
Yeah, ace 10 of hearts, auto shove if he's a short stack.
1.4 million. That's all it was.
Yeah, nobody did anything wrong there. Just complete and utter setup between Keith and Just.
Wasn't anything.
No, I was. Yeah, I wasn't.
It's all about when you get the cards, and if you're the chip leader and you get aces, more than often than not, you're going to end up with a bigger chip lead than you had already.
Yeah, I was saying like 2 hands before.
Because I should
Matthew
have known, because I never
shoved over Keith. Matthew had pocket 2s. Keith had king queen. And a 2 was hit on the turn.
Yeah, so again, nothing wrong from either player there, really. And
that brought down Keith down to 4 million and frustrated.
Yeah, but even though about frustration, he's not going to do anything different with the pocket kings there. So
played himself out. Unlucky Keith, and well played for both players to get to this stage. 9th and 8th. Abdul in 9th, Keith in 8th.
It was 4,300 cash for Abdul, and Keith getting just over 5,000. It's disappeared from my screen here, but we'll get it back quite quickly.
No small blind, guys. Wow.
Yeah. Let's find the right tournament. We're not watching the 300-side event. Yeah, 5,725 for Keith. Next player out will get 7,600. And with the loss of those 2 players, that's bumped the average stack up to 6,400,000. And with the blinds at 80,000, 160,000, that means that the average stack is now 40 big blinds.
Pass. Pass. Pass.
I don't mind.
I go.
It opens up the game also a little bit, and stuff like 900, you. Wow.
Okay.
No.
Speak of everybody English.
Ça ouvre le jeu avec le jeu de.
First hand, I turn over the card. It happens, don't worry. Oh.
I'm not sure about that. No, I think it's there. Or it must be cash game, one of those two.
I know he was really strong.
He has to go to showdown.
So we just updated the chips on. You can go to the Deepstack webpage on d4events.com and check the chip counts. They're updated roughly every 15-20 minutes, or as a big hand moves, just like that one there.
Do you really think you're going?
It's 80.
You're gonna play otherwise.
Yeah, there's a dominating chip lead now. Just has 18 million. Next to him, second, is half of his stack is Jonas.
Thank you.
With 9 million. And Cahill, who's done well so far, is 6.6 million in third position of chips. He's been solid enough. Cahill's our last Irish player left.
There was a 5 minute. Yeah.
Leonard there obviously had no hand whatsoever. So folds it into the big blind. Just no point messing with that stack. What a huge hand. Played it out itself though. Ace 10, kings and aces. The aces held.
Hold. Hold.
You feel it after 3 hours, 20 minutes of play. Nobody been knocked out. You're just waiting for carnage. And there it was.
That's often the way. Go for ages without losing a player, and then 2 go at once. It's just like waiting for a bus.
Fold. 2 pairs.
So we have battle of the blinds here. Just the big chip leader has just limped in. Loris checked, and we've seen a flop of 10-2-7, rainbow.
Check. Check.
Both players check. Turn is the 10 of hearts.
Bet 180k. Fold.
And Just bets out. Loris folds. And his stack grows even more.
Are we going to see Just being a lot more active now that Keith's out of that position to his right?
I don't think Keith being to his right really affects it. Just has position on him, so Just was had the advantage there. I think Just is more worried about Jonas being the only player that threatens him to 2 to his left.
Sorry? Okay, what, you're playing like 6.5, right?
Like 6, 6, 6, 7.
Okay. Approximately 6, 6, 6, 7.
Yeah.
I've got 9 million.
So Just knowing that even if he gets involved with Jonas van Bogart, his nearest competitor, he'll still be second in chips should they have a big confrontation, and Jonas doubles up. We have 4 players below 20 big blinds. Japan, Loris, Matthew and Lennart.
760.
And Cathal's come in with a raise to 320,000 here. Using the power of his stack, re-raises to 760,000. He's going to take that down and add even more chips to his stack. And Albie asked the question, are we going to see him open up his game? And by the looks of it, it seems like he is.
That was his 3rd take in a row.
Well, he is in a prime position here. Jonas is going to be probably really careful about getting tangled up with Just at the moment, knowing that there are 4 players with less than 20 big blinds. So Jonas can almost take those stacks on with impunity. Other than Jonas, should Just double up anybody else in the tournament, he still will be in the chip lead, which is a beautiful position to be in when you're still 7 players left.
Yeah, here he goes again. Opening up from the cutoff.
Folded round to Japan and big blind.
Yeah. Japan's too short now to start tangling. He's only 2.75 million.
Yeah.
Well, I think if Japan has any kind of hand, he's going to shove there. He's he knows that Just is going to be playing pretty much any two in this position. I mean, it could be that he just had a run of 4 or 5 big hands, but I doubt that very much. He's just using his chips, chipping away at the other players. Eventually, there's going to be a confrontation between 2 or 3 of them.
Yeah, he's playing his image very well now after the aces hand. Everybody else is very timid.
Yeah, I don't think it's the aces that are putting people off playing with him. I think it's the 19 million chips in front of him that's putting people off playing with him.
Yeah. He's also getting that 19 million.
Raise to 320k. Fold. Fold.
So Just is at it again. Is he? No, I was just reading on the screen. Patrick's just going to catch up here. Leonard's put in a raise.
Fold.
And Jonas has called. Jonas second in chips.
Fold. 2 players.
You're going to see a flop. 1 million chips in there already. It's King 4-7 with 2 spades.
Checker bet.
Options with
Bet 350k.
Leonard, and he has made a bet of 350,000. Leonard, one of the shorter stacks. Is Jonas going to put him to the test? Looks like a deep reach from Jonas. Those 100,000 chips. I think we're going to see a chunky re-raise coming here. And if Leonard wants to carry on in this pot, he's got to put all his chips at risk, and he insta-folds. So good play there from Jonas, putting the pressure on. Maybe he has a bit of a read on Leonard there, because Leonard folded instantly.
Sorry?
20 please. All in. Fold. Fold. Fold.
So here comes Leonard after losing that pot to Just. He shoves all in.
Fold.
No messing with pre-flop min raises. All or nothing. Matthew shows 5-3 in the big blind, and Leonard's going to add a few chips back to his stack. I believe he's still the shortest stack at the table, though, with 1.7 million. There we go. Chip counts on the screen. Nearly 20 million for Just. Over a third of the chips in play. Between Just and Jonas, they have 2/3 of the chips in the whole tournament. Cal Shine in 3rd position has less than average stack. So hugely disproportionate chip stacks here. So it's very likely... Well, we're certainly going to see some action, and it's quite likely we might see some eliminations happening very soon. €7,600 for the next player out. And we have 12 minutes left in this level. Okay, Japan is coming in for a raise here. been pretty quiet recently, raised to 320,000. Lennart folds in the big blind, and Japan is going to take down a pot. So, because the levels are 90 minutes long, we're going to have a short break after each level. Otherwise, the players would have to play for 3 hours at a time without a break, which is not good, especially when they're playing for this kind of money. But we've got all day. It's only 20 to 4. 7 players left. This still could go on for quite a long time, although with the 2 big stacks there of Just and Jonas, it could be over quite quickly. But although Just is that far ahead, it only takes a few hands for one of the shorter stacks to suddenly be in contention. Poker's a game that can change very quickly.
All in.
Around 1.7.
Call. All in.
Oh, Lennart's all in. Just calls. And we have another race. Ace 10 of hearts against the 9s of Just. So at the moment, chip leader Just is ahead. And in a prime position to add more to his stack. Should Lennart lose this hand, then Just will have eliminated the first 3 players at the table in this final table. The flop brings no help for Lennart. It's a Queen 3-5. He needs to hit an ace or 10 or running cards for a straight. 6 of hearts makes no difference on the turn, so now Lennart needs an ace or a 10 or he's going to be eliminated in 7th position. And the river is a queen, and that's the end of Lennart.
And the rich get richer.
Yep, so Just now over 20 million in chips. Things looking good for the Dutchman. Jonas van Bogart from Belgium is nearest competitor with 9,700, and then Cahill Shine on 6 million. And with that elimination, we will see an increase in the average stack. Average stack is now going to be 7.5 million chips. So only Jonas and Just above average. In saying that, Cahill Shine with nearly 6 million in chips has over 35 big blinds. So as far as the big blinds go, he's still in great shape. 6 players left. Starting to get short-handed. Usually means an increase in action. If you like short-handed play, then why not book yourself a trip over to Dublin at the end of September for our Winamax Poker Open. It's a short-handed festival, the biggest short-handed festival in Europe. Last year we had 1,086 players in the main event, creating a prize pool of over €500,000. It's great fun, and we'd love to see you here. Maybe you could be on the final table, which is live streamed as well. So Matthew moves all in. Everybody folds. So the payouts are starting to get considerably bigger. €10,500 now for our 6th place finisher.
Anti, please. Small and big blind. Thank you. Big blind.
Oh, the me folder.
So final 6 players remaining. 2 Belgians, 1 Spain, 1 Belgian French, and 1 Irish player remaining.
Hold. Hold. Hold.
Not too light, okay?
Hold.
Nice.
A lot of action there. We're down to about 6 minutes left on this level. We go to a timer break.
20 more, please. Big blind? Yes, because you didn't put the ante. Up to you.
Cahill to open. He's going to.
Raise to 320k.
Been raised by Cahill. Matthew folds. Thankfully used folds for Cahill. He's had his action hands used and taking a chunk out of everybody with the blinds. Now Cahill. Japan is thinking. Japan on the big blind. Makes the call.
Two players.
Heads up now on the flop. 3, 10, 8. 2 spades. Japan checks. Carl's continuation bet here. 340.
Bet 345k.
345. Just under a half-size bet. Bit of a continuation, but not too dangerous. And a flat call.
Call.
Got to start asking questions on why Japan's still in there. What's he got? 10 and a spade. That could be dangerous.
Check.
Check, check. Yeah, slows down there, action. And a 9, so there goes the straight as well. Everything hit. Straights are there, flushes are there, trips are there, quads are there, full houses. And Japan.
285 bet. Fold.
Very small bet and fold by Cahill, instant fold, no thinking about it. Japan's raise on a range on the big blind could be absolutely anything. It was a min raise by Cahill, so easy enough for Japan to play it. Near the end of yesterday, Keith and Japan were on the same table. Keith was in seat 9 and Japan was in seat 1. And Keith was trying to get some information off Japan, laughing and joking and saying, "You don't like to fold your big blind, do you?" And as we see it there, he doesn't.
Small blind.
Okay, Matthew to go first, under the gun.
Well, yeah. It's like 18 million in reds.
Matthew is 2.34 million. Quite shallow.
All in.
Short stack shoves up.
Here we go. Short stack on the table.
20 something. Yeah.
Sorry, second short stack, is it? Or no, he's the shortest.
Yeah, he's
the shortest. Yeah. And takes it down.
Maybe not now. We'll see. Just overtakes Matthew, but it's pretty close down there.
It's very close. Yeah. So Cahill's at 5 million. In seat 2, seat 3 is Matthew with 2.34 million. Just in seat 6, our dominant chip leader with 21 million now. He's really built that up. He's won 3 million since the previous knockouts. And Loris is 2.5 million. Jonas coming in second place in seat 8 with 9.7 million. And Japan on 3.66 million.
Raise to 320k.
Here comes Juiced again.
Yeah. First act, short-handed. It's a power position. Fold it around. Cahill folds, and just a big blind of Matthew. He's either gonna fold or shove. 2 plays against the big stack.
The amount of chips he's got now, he can pretty much raise at every hand.
He could, yeah. He's only got 1 player to consider, and that's Jonas.
And even then, it's pretty easy to get out the way if something big comes up.
If he doubles up Jonas, he still has 12 million.
I'm sure
behind.
Jonas is probably a little bit more intimidated about Juice than Juice is from Jonas.
Yeah. Just has been quite solid.
Yeah. So Houston Cahill. Cahill's really impressed me, really.
Yeah.
Hasn't shown down a hand, I don't think.
He's not trying to show himself off by continuing 2 or 3 times raising.
Just a good solid game. Knows when
Yeah.
he's beat. Knows when he's good.
Exactly. No misclicks. I was said that about Keith as well until.
Yeah, Keith just got unlucky. Kings versus aces. Very big blinds. He played it really well, but
Yeah, it played itself.
what are you gonna do?
Exactly.
I'm sure somewhere along the way Keith had a big pair versus another big pair and he won.
Raised to 320k.
So it all evens out.
Fold.
Carl folds, Matthew folds. Back to Eust, he folds in the big blind, and Japan takes it down. Much needed chips. He's moving himself up now. He's up to 4 million. Exactly.
Yeah.
Our calculations on the computer here.
How long is the break next week?
You see all those bottom 4 players, especially when we come back to the next level at 100, 200.
That's going to be
They're
make a
going to
big
be.
difference. Yeah.
I think we're going to see a lot of raising and going all in and over the top.
Yeah. There we go. We're on a break after this hand. 10-minute break. Try and input all the stacks for you as best we can. Make sure everything's okay.
Fold.
There we go. Fold, fold. We'll probably see it fold.
This
all
is the last
way
hand now
around.
before the break.
Unless somebody's got a monster, it's going to fold all the way around.
All in.
Juice goes all in. Norris, fold easy.
Fold.
Yeah, there we go.
You used to just bullying.
Bully.
We did have an ace.
Oh,
luckily.
he's showing a card. Chose the ace. Fair enough. Fair dues to him. That's it. We're on a break. We shall be back in 10 minutes approximately.
Hola.
Yeah, stop. We have to wait for JP.
Do you want any help? Ah, you have to.
Yeah, but I
Wow.
don't know if he wants to.
They're so nice. Pretty.
Yeah, I've done that somewhere.
Wow. 1 million.
Let's start with this gentleman first. See what our hands are going to be later on. Still need 5K.
Oh. Yes. Oof.
Don't worry.
I don't think they saw. I don't think they saw.
It's any consolation. Normally they don't see you know.
No, they don't see my.
It can be dripping.
Yeah. My was dripping. I have cold, and I was, I had to.
Nose is dripping.
No, the how do you call it?
Yes.
I don't know how you call it. Anyway, it's fine.
He knows. It's all
Yes.
here.
Yes. 300. Do we do a chip run?
No.
No, we just change.
These 5Ks, they're not getting used for this level, but in the next level they're back in use. Because of the 30K ante.
Okay.
Hopefully at this stage we'll have lost a couple of players. So we've got
1,000, 1.2, 1.6.
2 million, right?
2 million. Oh, they're so nice. They're so nice.
2.4, 2.8.
Yes.
3 million, right?
Yes. Right. 3 million.
5 million.
5 million. How could you show?
7 million.
7 million.
So this is 5.
This is 2. Oh.
Max.
Do you have some more?
We might as well give you.
Do you have some more of this?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna move that to be close. By the time I get there.
You need different rolls, yeah? No?
Yeah, like that.
What is it?
want more? Or? No, we'll get more. We'll bring more later on.
6,610,000. Yes. It's good. Come change, no? Minute. Give me a minute. Tell me. Oh, fabulous. 7 minutes. Yep, plenty. Okay. Patru știinci, nu? Ah, ce bine am scăpat. Ai de capul meu. Ce m-am bucur.
Dar ce e așa greu? Grea?
Nu, dar sprav, nu vezi că îmi curge nasul. Nu, nu-i greu. O să fie simplu. 10 cu 100 cu 2 și au fost 20.000, deci probabil...
Cum sunt blandurile? Unde sunt blandurile?
Uite acolo, 100 cu 2 și cred că 20.000 running anti.
Și au anti?
Going, don't worry.
100
Anti,
200 de
da, dar
mii.
nu arată acum.
Are de 1 milion?
Da, 1 million, da.
Și atât ai numai 1 milion aici?
100 de mii care l-ai 2 milioane, stai cu... That's it.
This is the best. This is the best that we have. Fine, have.
Do you want me to announce everything? Race to?
Yeah.
All everything, yeah? Thank you.
Because they need to put in the computer screens for graphics.
That's 100,000. That's 100,000?
Yeah.
That's 1 million? 42. 1,000, 20,000.
Stack of these is 100,000. Stack of these is 400,000. Stack of these is 2 million.
2 million.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay. Good.
42 ți-am zis.
Da, la 42 și 42 merge la 45. Dar eu mai auzit, că mi așa mi-a zis.
Întreabă pe Dani, 42 mi-a zis și atât. What you doing there? Watching? What are you doing there? You're bringing the players in the... Okay. Uh-huh.
Alright, main event players are going to restart in 3 minutes. That's main event players, 3 minutes to restart.